polls in Haryana and Jammu and Kashmir with the BJP's this is a nationwide membership campaign that will start from the 1st of September. Amit Shah, JP Nadda and Thawar all there at that crucial meeting which is underway. And Karnataka governor has given sanction to prosecute Chief Minister Siddaramaiah, and the Congress are hitting out saying it's a political vendetta and a conspiracy, while the BJP is saying that the Chief Minister should resign. Siddaramaiah has gone on to say that all MPs and MLAs are with me, so there's just about no question of quitting. The Congress has said that the governor has violated the rules and they'll be challenging that order in High Court on Monday. Only emergency services in India's hospitals that have been on strike since 6 o'clock this morning till about 6 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. It is the Health Ministry that has appealed to the doctors to withdraw that strike. They're resuming a duty is what the Health Ministry has gone on to say, setting up a panel as far as the doctor security is concerned. So that panel will be looking at the doctor security, and the Kolkata police have issued a notice to 7 DYFI leaders for vandalism, and this comes at a time when the IMA is saying that the security at the hospital should be as tight as the security at airports. And Vinesh Fogart comes back to a hero's welcome. She was greeted by her fans, her family including her mother and brother. There you can see Bajrang Punia as well as Sakshi Malik there, and it was Vinesh Fogart who was literally in tears just to meet with her family and her friends. Of course, she has gone on to thank each and every person who supported her during the Paris Olympics. Let's get to your top story, and that is in a major move as far as the US Court of Appeals is concerned. For the 9th Circuit has now ruled that Thawar Rana, the Pakistan origin Canadian businessman involved in the 26/11 attack, is extraditable to India. Under the extradition treaty between the two countries, the panel affirmed that the district court's denial as far as the petition challenging a magistrate judge's certification of Rana as extraditable to India for his alleged participation in the terrorist attacks in Mumbai. And to get more on this, we have my colleague Nikunj joining us to get us more. Nikunj, a very significant breakthrough as far as justice is concerned. Thawar Rana, a key accused in the 2008 Mumbai terror attack, is now on the brink of being extradited back to India.
Well, absolutely. I think as far as the people who were in the core coterie of the Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Pakistani establishment and were behind entire conspiracy, forget about the people who carried out the attack. It's the people who carried out that conspiracy that really matters. And Thawar Hussain Rana is one such individual who has the deep and complete and comprehensive knowledge of all the individuals, including the top leadership of Lashkar-e-Taiba and the Pakistani military. Remember, this was Mumbai 26/11 was no terror strike. It was a Pakistani military strike against India's interests. The individuals that they used, like Ajmal Amir Kasab, who was arrested in this country, may have been dubbed as terrorists, but they were actually individuals trained by the Pakistani military officials at the Pakistani military facilities and by the Pakistani military officials. So under any other set of circumstances, you would see them as Pakistani military operatives. Now, covert or otherwise, they are the Pakistani military operatives. So in this deep-rooted controversy that was planned, sponsored, executed, financed and hatched by the Pakistani state and the Pakistani military, Thawar Hussain Rana is a very important cog in the wheel. He is the man who knows about Dave Coleman Headley, the man who principally sets up the entire operation because of his white skin and part American antecedents in the city of Mumbai. He knows his background right from day one. They have both studied together at a military college, again a military connection there, a military school in Pakistan. And both of them have a visceral hatred towards Indian Army. And Thawar Hussain Rana is one man, as I said, who has that deep, intrinsic and fundamental knowledge about the plotters of Mumbai 2611. So once the Court of Appeal says that this man is actually extraditable, remember this is a Court of Appeal. This is a panel of judges, unlike in India where there's a system of the trial court, high court and Supreme Court, where Supreme Court also becomes a Court of Appeals in the United States. Right? Supreme Court is not a Court of Appeals unless the court itself chooses to hear a particular matter. Now, the District Court of Appeals announcing and clearing it that Thawar Hussain Rana is an extraditable commodity, and I call him a commodity with some sense of responsibility, because he's no human being. This man is not a human being. This man is a butcherer, along with Dave Coleman Headley and the Pakistani army of close to 200 Indian citizens. He's a commodity. It becomes an extraditable commodity to India. It's a very significant day in the entire process that the government of India has gone on from the day, the dark day of 26/11/2008, from the time our soil was struck by these dastardly Pakistani-sponsored elements and Pakistani terrorists. So I'm very, very hopeful that by the time this year is out, this man would land on Indian shores, face the full might of the Indian justice, and there would be some closure, some element of closure to the families of those innocent people who were butchered, who were martyred, who were killed by these people, killed, maimed by these individuals for no fault of theirs.
Right. Thank you, Nikunj, for explaining the role that Thawar Rana has played in orchestrating the 26/11 attack. Of course, under the treaty that exists, and India has, established the probable cause to extradite him. So he is extraditable, is what has been said in the U.S. courts. Thank you so much, Nikunj, for getting us all those details. So major breakthrough there as far as Thawar Rana is concerned. And moving on now to the BJP, where, a meeting is underway as far as the National Office Bearers meeting is concerned. That's taking place. The meeting is very important and very crucial. It's for the upcoming membership drive of the party. Most importantly, it comes ahead of the much-awaited appointment of the party president. The process of organizational elections will begin after the membership campaign is completed. Do remember that JP Nadda, the BJP president's tenure has ended, and he is already part of the Modi cabinet holding the health portfolio. The meeting comes after Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh, have held meetings with the RSS leadership on strengthening the organization. It is the BJP's nationwide membership campaign, which will start from the 1st of September. In other news now, Karnataka Chief Minister and Senior Congress leader Siddaramaiah will be prosecuted over the alleged irregularities in the site allocation by the Mysuru Urban Development Authority, MUDA. It's the governor there who has sanctioned his prosecution in the MUDA land scam. After petitions were filed by 3 activists, the BJP has slammed the Congress and the Karnataka government over corruption. They're demanding the resignation of the Chief Minister, who's gone on to say that he's not resigning because this is nothing but a political vendetta. And it's also the Deputy Chief Minister, D.K. Shivkumar, who says there's no question of his resignation and that he stands by Siddaramaiah. So does the government. And of course, they will be taking up this course. That is what is being said, that they will be questioning this in court, and that's going to happen in the High Court on Monday.
I will fight it out legally in a court of law, because it is an illegal sanction given by the governor, who is a puppet of the central government.
They are constantly asking for your resignation. What is the status?
There is no prima facie case against me or against anybody, and the BJP has no moral right to ask my resignation. Okay. It is because the governor is biased towards me, because there is a application pending before the governor of Kumaraswamy. In fact, Lokayukta asked a sanction from the governor in Kumaraswamy's case. That sanction has not been given so far.
Right, now let's just get you the very latest in regard to Thawar Rana, who has now, as far as the case that was up, in fact, it is India's big win there as far as Thawar Rana is concerned. Do remember, he played a major role when it came to the 26/11 Mumbai attacks. Now the accused is extraditable is what is being said, and which basically that means that he can now be extradited to India from the United States. And to get U.S. court has ruled that Thawar Rana, a former Pakistan army doctor, is eligible for extradition to India under the treaty between the two countries. India has sought his extradition to face trial for his role that he played as far as the terror attacks in Mumbai on the 26th of 11 in 2008 are concerned. So this is a very significant breakthrough as far as India is concerned, as Thawar Rana, a key accused in the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks, is now extraditable is what was said in court. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the 9th Circuit ruled that Rana is eligible for extradition under the treaty between India and the United States. We have Radhika Ramaswamy joining us. Radhika, a very significant breakthrough here as far as Mumbai is concerned. Finally, Thawar Rana, who's played a very key role as far as the terror attacks are concerned. Take us through the role that Thawar Rana played as far as terror attacks are concerned and his relationship with David Headley.
That's right. As far as the latest development is concerned, this is a significant breakthrough for Indian agencies. Thawar Rana, he accused in the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks, now on the brink of extradition from the U.S. In fact, U.S. Courts of Appeals for 9th Circuit has ruled that he is eligible for extradition. A court has confirmed that India has provided sufficient evidence to support the magistrate judge's finding of probable cause for Rana's involvement. To answer your question about Thawar Rana's involvement and his role in the attacks, in fact, he is connected to David Coleman Headley, who was later convicted of planning the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks. In fact, Headley had, during the cross-examination, named Thawar Rana his childhood friend. In fact, according to investigators, the Mumbai branch of Rana's Business and Immigration Services provided Headley with the cover to identify and survey potential targets for the LET to carry out the attacks. He was part of the
Radhika, we'll just come back to you. We also have Nikunj Garg back with us. Nikunj, Radhika was trying to explain to us the relationship between David Headley and Thawar Rana. They are being described as childhood friends.
Of course, they were childhood friends. They studied together at a Pakistani military school. And as I said that in the past, that Dave Coleman Headley would not have been at all successful in his operation that he laid out in India, an elaborate web of deception and deceit, had it not been for Thawar Hussain Rana helping him completely, comprehensively, with every minute detail. He was the one who provided cover to Dave Coleman Headley, knowing fully and completely well that it is a Pakistani military operation that Dave Coleman Headley was part of, and that he was trying to carry out massive terror strikes in India. And his later claims of complete innocence from the matter, saying that, I was duped by Dave Coleman Headley and I had no knowledge about what he was planning to do in India, are completely fake and fictitious, as have been declared by at least 2 courts in the United States of America. Remember, this is a third jurisdiction. This is neither India nor Pakistan, Divya. This is a third jurisdiction which has been comprehensively accepting India's case and dismissing actually the Pakistani case, which is filmily fronted by by Thawar Hussain Rana. Remember, Thawar Hussain Rana has engaged some of the most expensive lawyers that the United States has, and this money is not coming out from the pocket of Thawar Hussain Rana, who has now been in jail for a fairly long period of time. It was sometime in late 2000s, post the attack, that Thawar Hussain Rana was arrested by the FBI, and he has not been an earning member since then. And this entire money has been coming out of the pockets of the Pakistani establishment, which does not want Thawar Hussain Rana to be extradited back to India, because they know that the day he is extradited back to India and is made to stand an interrogation, by the interrogation by the Indian law enforcement agencies and stand the might of an Indian court, the full might of an Indian justice system, he will expose those entrails of the Pakistani establishment. And Pakistan, of course, it's a country which has been exposed all the time in front of the World Committee of Nations as a global sponsor of terrorism, and that's the pet name for Pakistan, other than their original name, given name, so to say. But they will be exposed once all the more, and the deep state working of the Pakistani state will come to the fore in front of the entire Committee of Nations as to be proven to be a global sponsor of terrorism.
Right, Nikunj, of course, when we talk about, the role that he's played, Rana was apparently the man who helped Headley get that multiple entry visa into India.
He got him visas. He set up a fake visa and immigration company for Dave Coleman Headley, a legitimate business front, as it was called in multiple charge sheets filed by the crime branch of Bombay, crime branch of Mumbai, I beg your pardon, and later the National Investigation Agency. And as I've been saying, that without the complicit active help of Thawar Chand Gehlot, there would have been a legitimate business front for Dave Coleman Headley to travel. Remember, he traveled to India on multiple entry visa. Now, a multiple entry visa on regular basis does raise some amount of suspicion in the eyes of the law enforcement and the immigration authorities. But in this case, it did not happen because he had a legitimate business front. But that is not the issue here that we are discussing. What we are discussing is Thawar Chand Gehlot's complete, deep, intrinsic and full knowledge of the Pakistani military and the Pakistani establishment involved. I say these words again for the benefit of our viewers. Pakistani military and the Pakistani establishment complete involvement in Mumbai 26/11 planning, financing, execution on the streets of Mumbai, a day that the financial capital of this country was struck by terror like no time else. And this man, because Pakistani establishment knows that this man knows the deep truth and this man is fully aware of that knowledge, they have been fighting that case in the United States, trying to ensure that India and Indian law enforcement agencies are not able to lay their hands on him so as to make sure that the truth of 26/11 are finally buried with him. But that, it appears, is not going to be the case. And this man, as the United States Court of Appeals now says, is an extraditable commodity and he shall be extradited back to him.
Right. Nikunj, does he have an option to appeal that decision?
Well, that's an important question you asked, Divya, and the most relevant one at this moment. As I said, that the United States Supreme Court, unlike the Supreme Court in India, is not a court of appeal. But my sense is that post this verdict from the Court of Appeals in the 9th District Court, there is one more chance that this murderer, that this terrorist has got with him. And that chance also would be exhausted very soon because it happens very, very rarely in jurisdictions, and particularly the evolved jurisdiction, that once a Court of Appeals has given its verdict on the extradition of an individual, saying that the appeal perfectly fits between the extradition treaty between India and the United States of America, that this judgment would be overturned. So my sense is that he may have one more appeal, and that would be the last appeal, not in the United States Supreme Court, but a court below that, and that would be it. That would be it.
Right, and when we talk about this Pakistani national who has been tried in the US District Court on charges related to his support for the terrorist organization that ruled out that large terror attack. We're talking about terror attacks like Nikunj has been describing them, the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks that took place. So a jury has convicted Rana of providing material support to the foreign terrorist organization, conspiring to provide material support to a foil plot to carry out terrorist attacks in Denmark as well. So Nikunj, it wasn't just Mumbai, but also, other terror attacks that he's been, involved with. But take us through the exact role that he played when it comes to the Mumbai attacks.
As I said, Divya, that Mumbai 26/11 was not a terrorist strike. It was given the facade of a terrorist strike by the perpetrators of this strike, by the masterminds of that strike, and that is Pakistani establishment and the Pakistani military. Now, when you have to disguise a strike, you obviously need various fronts. One of the key fronts in that entire exercise was Thawar Rana's original immigration and visas business at Canada. That business was extrapolated to the Indian shores, and Dave Coleman Headley was made out to be an agent of Thawar Rana, providing immigration and migration services to Indians to Canada. Under that guise, Dave Coleman Headley set up an elaborate front for all the finances, transactions, to begin with reconnaissance, which is the most important part, the recce of the entire, all the locations, so much so the locations in New Delhi, even like the location in the heart of New Delhi, which is one of the defense academies of the Government of India Ministry of Defense. He even surveyed that. Thankfully, it was not attacked, and it is right in the heart of Delhi, few kilometers or few 100 meters away from the national capital seat of power. Now, the entire exercise was done under the guise of being a front man for an immigration and a visa officer by Dave Coleman Headley, back end for which was provided by Thawar Rana. Now, in this case, you can obviously very well imagine that Thawar Rana is no stranger to this entire planning, business, execution. At every stage, Dave Coleman Headley was contacting him, informing him about the furtherance of his plans, informing him about the instructions that he was getting from the Pakistani military and the establishment, informing him about how far his planning and conspiracy was going in India. So his plea that he has been saying that, he was not informed, he wasn't aware of what Dave Coleman Headley was planning to do, and he acted only in a friendly manner, have all been rejected.
Right. Of course, that extradition court rejected Rana's arguments and certified that he is extraditable. Thank you so much, Nikunj Garg, for joining us with all those details. We will keep tracking the story. For now, we're sitting into a very short break. Back with a whole lot more.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient.
Hello and welcome to News at 5. You are with me, Rika Roy, and we are tracking the big story of Canadian Pakistani national Thawar Rana, who can now be extradited to India. India has sought his extradition because of his involvement in 2008 terror attacks. Let's also have a look at all the top stories of the hour. 2611 accused Thawar Rana can be extradited to India. Big win for India in the 2611 case. US court rules in favor of India. US says treaty permits Thawar Rana's extradition. Thawar Rana still has other legal options. In an exclusive interview to Geeta Gopinath, she says climate change is a downside risk to India's economic outlook. A lot of action needed by India to tackle climate change. Broad-based job creation is imperative. There's a key BJP meeting on a membership campaign, the membership drive ahead of polls in Haryana, Jammu and Jammu Kashmir. BJP's nationwide membership campaign is set to start from 1st of September. Amit Shah, JP Nadda and Vinod Tawde are at the meeting. Karnataka governor gives sanction to prosecute the CM. Congress says it's a political vendetta and conspiracy. BJP says CM should quit to ensure impartial probe. Siddaramaiah says all MPs and MLAs with him, no question of him quitting. Congress says governor violated rules, will challenge in the court. Only emergency services in hospitals are on in India. Health Ministry has appealed to the doctors to withdraw strike and resume duty. The ministry has also set up a panel to look at doctors' security. Kolkata police issues notices to 7 DYFI leaders for vandalism. All of this after the doctors' rape and murder. Indian wrestler Vinesh Fogart receives hero's welcome at Delhi airport. Vinesh received by Bajrang Punia Sakshi Malik, also greeted by her mother and members of Dipender Hudad's family. Now, in a major development, the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit has ruled that Thawar Rana, the Pakistan-origin Canadian businessman involved in the 26/11 attack, is extraditable to India under the extradition treaty between the two countries. The panel affirmed the district court's denial of Thawar Rana Hussein's habeas corpus petition challenging a magistrate judge certification as extraditable to India for his alleged participation in terrorist attacks in Mumbai. The panel also held that India provided sufficient and competent evidence to support the magistrate judge's finding of probable cause that Rana committed the charged crimes. Mumbai police in its charge sheet had named Rana this Pakistani origin Canadian businessman in the 405-page charge sheet in connection with the 26/11 attacks. Rana is accused of being an operative of ISI and Lashkar-e-Taiba. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins me for more on this story. Radhika, it is a big victory for India, but tell us a little bit about the fact if he still has any way of getting away. Can he still make appeals to the court?
Yes, certainly he has options to appeal. This is, as you said, a big development, a big breakthrough as far as the Indian investigation agencies are concerned. Thawar Rana is now on the brink of extradition from the U.S. As you said, U.S. Court of Appeals for North Circuit ruled that he is eligible for extradition under the treaty between India and the U.S. Of course, the court confirming that India has provided sufficient evidence to support the judge's finding of his probable cause of involvement in the terror attacks of 2008 in Mumbai. Of course, earlier Central District of California had rejected his habeas corpus petition. Then he filed an appeal. He does have options to appeal further. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. But as of now, this is setback for Thawar Rana and a big victory for India. The court deciding that Rana's alleged offence falls within the terms of the treaty, which contains a double jeopardy exception. So that's what, as far as the court orders and directives are concerned from the U.S. Now, if you just look at the role of Thawar Rana, of course, he is said to be connected to David Coleman Headley, who is, of course, the main conspirator as far as 2008 terror attacks are concerned. They were friends from school in Pakistan. Thawar Rana had later moved to Canada, where he started a business. As far as his alleged role is concerned, in fact, it was Headley during the cross-examination that he had named Thawar Rana. In fact, the Mumbai branch of Rana's Business and Immigration Services had, in fact, provided David Headley with the cover to identify the targets for that attack, to carry out those attacks. He had provided cover to Headley and also obtained multiple entry business visa. So therefore, the role is, of course, extensive. And as you said, Mumbai police had also filed a supplementary charge sheet, 405-page supplementary charge sheet. It was filed last year, which also reveals that Thawar Rana had in fact, visited Mumbai multiple occasions, and he had also had discussions over multiple targets that needed to be covered, as far as the attacks are concerned. So yes, extensive evidence provided. So now, of course, the victory for India, as he's now on the brink of extradition from the US.
My colleague Nikunj Garg is also with us on the phone line, but let me also go over to Amrita Raichand, who is a survivor of the 26/11 attack. Amrita, thank you very much for joining us at this hour. Your first reaction to what India has achieved today, the moment that we see on our screens that Thawar Rana will finally, there is a process, of course, after this, but he can be extradited.
Anything that's related to the 26/11 attacks, any positive news always brings, the reaction of happiness. It also kind of takes you back into all those memories that still haunt you. It's been 16 years. These moments it's a happy, sad moment because, wherein you feel the joy that finally, some other justice is also happening. Although, I want to make a point here that we always condemn India for our slow judicial system. But here it's taken 16 years for something that was so obvious to release this, this person. And, I can't wait to see David Headley also, released. And, we need justice at that front as well. So, I'm somebody who likes to see the glass half full rather than empty. Right now, I am elated with this development. Let's hope things move in the right direction.
Amrita, do stay on with us. We will go over to my colleague Nikunj Garg. Nikunj, it's taken a pretty long time, 16 years. Why would you say that the process has taken such a long time? And in between, Thawar Rana was also released on grounds of compassion, I believe.
Well, it's shameful to say the least. It's shameful to say the least when 200 people have lost their lives in such a dastardly terror attack in such a brutal manner, and families have been brutalized, destroyed, completely destroyed, distraught for no fault of theirs. It's shameful. But the fact is that for us, there was very little to do in the sense of what we could do in the third jurisdiction, which is the United States of America, and the fourth one in Canada. We did whatever we could. It's the wheels of the justice that in that country that have to roll, and I'm talking about a bipartisan agreement and arrangement, whether it was a UPA 1 and UPA 2 government, and then the NDA 1 and NDA 2 governments in India. They have tried with all their might, with whatever was possible under the sun. They have tried to move and the wheels of justice and ensure that at least the Thawar Hussain Rana is brought to the Indian shores, not brought back so much because he never visited India other than probably only once as a tourist. Now, the fact is that having gone through all that pain of trying to secure the justice, my hope is that this process now is moving towards a culmination. And my sense is, it would become clearer by the passage of a few more hours that this is if nothing else, penultimate appeal that this man has, that this terrorist has, that this murderer has, that this butcherer has, and after that, if there are no more appeals, and he will have to be necessarily deported to India. In the United States, the Supreme Court of the United States is not a court of appeal like in India. So a district court appeals panel saying that, this man is an extraditable commodity, and I say commodity with a very grave sense of purpose and understanding, is as good as the final verdict. Maybe the legal experts will tell us there is one more chance of appeal left. Pakistani establishment, Pakistan ISI would try and do their level best to exhaust and to spend and to waste as much time as possible in trying to ensure that this appeals process also lengthens. And in the interim, something happens to the Thawar Hussain Rana. So their hope is that he does not land on Indian shores. And we are trying our best to ensure that.
Nikunj, it's interesting that you say that this could be a penultimate appeal made by him, and after that he might be extradited to India. But the obvious question, I think everyone would like to know how long this process might take if the extradition happens, how long this process might take.
Well, this is just about it, Vika. This is just any time from now to another 12 months. So this is between 24 and 25 that we are looking at this man being brought to India. It's not a very long game that he has left to play with. It's not a very long game that the Pakistani establishment and the extensions of the Pakistani establishment are left to play with. It's a very short game from here on when the appeals court has also turned it down. As I said, in the United States and in the United Kingdom also, where the Supreme Courts do not act as courts of appeal, unlike India. So therefore, that chance is exhausted. In between, if there is one chance of one more appeal, that Pakistani establishment would try and ensure for sure and try and wait. But my sense is that it's just a matter of now months and not even years.
Radhika, this has been a very complicated story, multiple layers to this story. What exactly are we looking to know from Thawar Rana now? What is that piece of puzzle that he can solve for us, for India? Radhika, if you can hear me. Amrita, of course, we were talking to you and you said that any positive news that comes on 26/11 is positive, is a ray of hope. At this hour, are you thinking of anyone, are you thinking of conveying this piece of news to anyone?
No, I ended up losing a lot of friends and they ended up losing their families. So, of course, this whole extradition is positive for me, and I will call up some of my close friends who did not end up surviving like the way I did. And my son, he was only 1 year old, and my entire family was stuck the entire night. Even today it haunts him. When I talk to him about it, of course, once he grew much older is when I told him what happens. Every time he hears about this, he kind of gets quite shaken up. And I think every time a good news, we get some good news right now, it is the whole extradition of Rana. And I'm going to talk to him. He's old enough to understand these things. And I think it's important that we educate children and tell them, about everything that our country has suffered and the progresses that we are making eventually.
Right. Nikunj, let me take this question to you. It's a very complicated story led. Now with Thawar Rana's extradition, what are the answers India will be looking to find through him?
But there are multiple answers, Rika, that this man needs to answer to the families, this man needs to answer to the establishment, this man needs to answer our intelligence and law enforcement agencies. Remember, he is one man, other than Dave Coleman Headley, who knows all the principal players from the Pakistani military to the Pakistani establishment to the Pakistani state who were involved in the conspiracy, the hatching of the conspiracy, the financing, the execution, and finally, the attempt to obliterate any kind of link that those could be traced back to Pakistan. So he's a very important cog in the wheel. He's not somebody who's a fly on the wall. He is a very important cog in the wheel. He has been through the entire conspiracy with Dave Coleman Headley right from the word go. And Dave Coleman, if one individual was kept in complete loop and complete information, it was Thawar Rana, his childhood friend. Both of them studied together at a Pakistani military school in Pakistan. And therefore, there are multiple layers of information about the leadership of Lashkar-e-Taiba, the frontal organization. I would not call the Lashkar-e-Taiba as the executors of Mumbai 26/11. They were just the pawns in the hands of Pakistani army. It was the Pakistani army that was behind the attack. And all these individual officers who trained the Pakistani terrorists, who trained the Pakistani brass that met the Pakistani terrorists, the Lashkar brass and the Pakistani brass that was intertwined very closely during the entire operation and preparation of it for last 2 years before the attack from 2006 to 2008. This man is individually privy to each one of them. And therefore, we need to know and we must know a lot from him. And he must, at the end of the day, face the full might of the Indian justice system so as to ensure maximum justice to the families of those who have suffered needlessly.
Nikunj, well, we do know that there are accusations of him having provided material support in the terror attack in India that happened in 26/11 and also a foiled terror attack in Denmark, I believe.
Well, yes, these two individuals were acting as global terrorists. Dave Coleman Headley was actually not just a terror operative that Pakistani army was fronting, but Dave Coleman Headley was an individual who was a global terrorist being backed by the Pakistani army, Pakistani establishment, and individuals like Thawar Chand Rana. My suspicion is that Thawar Chand Rana was also made to give support, provide support, all the material support and the financial support to Dave Coleman Headley on the instructions of the Pakistani army and the Pakistani establishment. So Copenhagen in Denmark was their second target. They were planning to do a full recce there, and that's when he was trying to exit one of the United States of America's airports that he was arrested. Dave Coleman Headley was arrested by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. So therefore, as I have been saying, that this man is a very important cog in the wheel. This man is no small-time operative. This man is no innocuous businessman who has been conned or befooled by a childhood friendship to carry out this kind of dastardly, massive terror strike on Indian soil. This man must face the might of the Indian law and Indian justice system because he is one of the perpetrators and he is one of the conspirators and he is one of the backers and providers for the material support. And I must say that without his active cover, the financials, and without his active cover that he provided in terms of his visa and immigration services, Dave Coleman Headley could not have successfully set up a base in a city like Mumbai that he did, and eventually was able to carry out his activities across India.
Right. Very interesting points there indeed. Now, Radhika, my colleague from Mumbai, is also there in the phone line. Radhika, the treaty that permits Thawar Rana's extradition is because the Indian charges contain certain distinct elements from the crimes for which he has been acquitted in the United States. Now, would you be able to tell us what are these distinct elements for which now he is going to be extradited?
That's right. In fact, the court has confirmed that sufficient evidence has been provided by India, which is what is leading to these directives and orders by the court in the U.S. In fact, as far as the evidence being provided is concerned, very interesting to note that a supplementary charge sheet was filed last year, especially after that habeas corpus petition was filed, post which, a 406-page charge sheet was filed by the Mumbai Crime Branch, once again highlighting Thawar Rana's role. In fact, there are material evidences. There is evidence to show that he had, in fact, visited Mumbai just a few days before 26/11. It has certain revelations as far as how he discussed crowded places in Mumbai with a hotel staffer in Pava is concerned. In fact, he also visited some of these places, including the sites of the attack. CST is a place that he had visited. There were fresh details that Mumbai Crime Branch has also revealed in that particular charge sheet, which is something that India has provided to the U.S. Officials found that he stayed at a hotel in Pawai in November 2008, days before the attack, where he had submitted his passport as well as visa copy, and the hotel had maintained these records. So, multiple records and evidence being provided by Indian agencies to the U.S., which is what has led to this order by the court.
Thank you very much, Radhika and Nikunj, for getting us all those details on this major story that we are tracking at this hour. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the 9th Circuit has ruled that Thawar Rana, the Pakistani origin Canadian businessman involved in 26/11 terror attacks in India, is extraditable to India. Time for a very quick break on the show. More on the other side. Stay tuned.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download
Welcome back. It's the big story that we are tracking at this hour. In a major development, the US Court of Appeals for the 9th Circuit has ruled that Thawar Rana, the Pakistani origin Canadian businessman involved in the 26/11 terror attacks in India, is extraditable to India under the extradition treaty between the two countries. The panel affirmed the district court's denial of Thawar Rana Hussein's habeas corpus petition challenging a magistrate judge certification of Rana as extraditable to India for his alleged participation in terror attacks in Mumbai. The panel also held that India provided sufficient and competent evidence to support the magistrate judge's finding of probable cause that Rana committed the charged crimes. That's all we could pack into this bulletin at this hour. Thanks for watching.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation.
Only 6 seconds.
सॉरी
आपने सिर्फ 6 सेकंड के लिए हाथ धोए.
कितनी देर धोना चाहिए? हाय, वैसे आई एम आयुष्मान खुराना.
हेलो अंकल, पहले प्रॉपर हैंड वॉश कर ले.
ठीक है दोस्त. कैसे? कैसे?
अंकल को अब अपने पैंट को अच्छी तरह रब करो, आगे और पीछे.
ऐसे.
रुको रुको, आपके नेल यहाँ बहुत कीटाणु छुपे होते हैं. और हाँ, हमको मत भूलना.
हो गया दोस्त.
पानी बचाना भी तो जरूरी है.
वाह, तुम्हें इतना सब कुछ कैसे पता?
और एक और बात, हैंड वॉश पूरा 20 सेकंड के लिए करना चाहिए.
समझा. फिर
ड्रायर हैंडल दैट टॉवल और एयर ड्राई देम.
गॉट इट. तुम्हें इतना सब कुछ सिखाया किसने?
आ जाओ दिखाता हूँ. मेरे जैसे मेरे और भी दोस्त हैं यहाँ पर. ओ बाय द वे, माय नेम इज किरुषnan. नाइस टू मीट यू. चलो.
बच्चे ही हमारा फ्यूचर है. This world, this planet is being left for our children. This is the generation that will inherit the earth long after we are gone. India is a young country. In fact, it has one of the youngest populations. It is home to 1/5 of the world's youth. If we can channel the collective energy of this youth demographic towards socio-economic and environmental progress, then think of how much faster we can get to our sustainable development goals. And so it is garv ki baat that youth heroes are leading the charge in India, championing climate action, promoting hygiene, and advancing public health. Their innovative solutions and passionate advocacy are driving meaningful change, inspiring communities to adopt sustainable practices. These are the future leaders of our nation. These are the young change makers who will pave the way for a healthier, greener India. और इसीलिए हमें इन बच्चों की तरफ अपना ध्यान देना चाहिए. बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं ये बच्चे. क्यों बच्चों?
Well, thank you, Ayushman. I think Ayushman has set the context for our show today. As we wrap up the 10th season of the NDTV Detol Banega Swasth India, the focus shifts to the future. It is young people today who hold the key to transformative change. The youth bring fresh perspectives, innovation, and boundless energy, making them pivotal in driving positive shifts in various aspects of society. And today on Independence Day, we are celebrating the power of India's youth. We are at the MCD Tagore Garden on this special day in the MCD school. Now, over the years, our campaign has been working very closely with children. Millions of children are part of the Banega Swasth India campaign through the Hygiene curriculum, Hygiene Olympiad, and the CRI schools. So let me just tell you a little bit about the CRI schools. Climate resilient schools are the schools designed to be resilient to the impacts of climate change. They incorporate features and practices that help mitigate environmental impact and adapt to changing climate conditions. These schools focus on sustainability, including energy efficiency, water conservation, and waste management, while also educating students about climate change and caring for the environment. The CRI schools are creating a learning environment that supports both the educational needs of the students and the health of our planet.
आपने climate change की बात की.
जी.
This is perhaps the most pressing issue of our times. आपको पता है कि climate change क्या होता है बच्चों?
वाओ, अच्छा सब बताइए क्लाइमेट चेंज है क्या? आप क्या समझते हैं?
मैम, क्लाइमेट चेंज का मतलब है जलवायु परिवर्तन. और जो भी पृथ्वी पे पॉल्यूशन होता है ना, तो पृथ्वी की जो ओजोन परत है उसमें होल्स हो रहे हैं, जिससे जो सन है उसकी पराबैंगनी किरणें सीधा हमारी पृथ्वी पे आती है और जिससे पृथ्वी का तापमान बढ़ता चला जा रहा है. बरसात में बारिश नहीं हो रही है और सर्दियों में बर्फ़ नहीं हो रही है. और मैं उत्तराखंड से हूँ, तो जिस हिसाब से वहाँ आज तक बारिश होती थी और उस हिसाब से इस बार इतनी बारिश नहीं हुई है. गर्मी बहुत ज़्यादा हो रही है, जिससे उसका इफेक्ट हम लोगों पे पड़ता है, जिससे कई बीमारियां होती हैं.
Climate change has a bearing on every single sustainable development goal, on every single vulnerable and marginalized section of the population, on the rich and the poor, on cities and villages, and it has a direct link with health and hygiene. Think of extreme weather events, droughts, floods, rain, and extreme heat.
So did you all know that in fact children who bear the brunt of climate change, it impacts them the most despite contributing minimally to greenhouse gas emissions. So it's not really their fault, but they're bearing the brunt. It's imperative to prioritize their protection and empower their voices. And who better to do it than themselves? So joining us today, let me introduce our panel. We have with us Vihan Agarwal, co-founder One Step Greener. We have with us Naveen Singh and Anushka. They are in the audience. They are from the CRI schools and they've come all the way for this special show. Thank you so much. We have Dr. Narendra Saini, Chairman, AMR, Standing Committee, Indian Medical Association. We also have with us Mr. Ravi Singh, Secretary General and CEO, WWF India. Joining us is also Dr. Randeep Guleria, former Director, AIIMS Delhi. Dr. Prashant Saxena, Senior Director and Head Pulmonary Critical Care and Sleep Medicine, Fortis Hospital, Vasant Kunj and Fortis Gurugram. And of course, we have with us Mr. Ravi Bhatnagar, Director, External Affairs and Partnerships, SOA, Reckitt. Well, thank you all so much for joining us on this very special Independence Day.
So Vihan, you began your journey as a child right activist by the age of 11, I think. Ab 11 saal ke the? 14.
My younger brother was 11.
Yeah. So they both have been doing this
started
together.
young. That's amazing. तो आपको क्या लगता है कि बच्चे क्या कर सकते हैं climate change के लिए और should they start young like you did?
Absolutely. I mean, we're going to bear the brunt of it. We are bearing the brunt of it already. If we're not going to do it, who is, right? So therefore, we have to do something about it. We've frankly given up on the older generation to change their ways, so we have to take action and do it ourselves.
अनुष्का, मैं आपसे एक सवाल पूछना चाहूँगी। आप आए हैं उत्तराखंड से, आप CRI स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं, उसके बारे में बताएं, आप उन स्कूलों में क्या सीखते हैं और मिशन लाइफ के बारे में यहाँ के बच्चों और हम सबको उसके बारे में एजुकेट करिए।
मैम, मैंने डेटोल क्लाइमेट स्कूल की साइट से ये सीखा है कि हम गार्बेज को कैसे मैनेज कर सकते हैं। तो मैंने उस साइट से ये सीखा है कि हम जो गार्बेज होता है वो 2 टाइप्स का होता है, अजैविक और जैविक। जो जैविक होता है ऑर्गेनिक, उससे हम खाद बना सकते हैं जो हमारी क्यारियों के लिए बहुत यूज़फुल होती है। और अजैविक जो प्लास्टिक की चीज़ होती है उससे हम इको ब्रिक बना सकते हैं जो हम अपनी क्यारियों की बाउंड्री बना सकते हैं, जिससे प्लास्टिक जलेगा भी नहीं और पॉल्यूशन भी नहीं होगा। थैंक यू।
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कि किस तरह, आई मीन हाउ व्हाट एन इम्पैक्ट इट मेक्स। आयुष्मान, आप पूछना चाहेंगे कुछ बच्चों से?
इनफैक्ट ये अनुष्का उस राज्य से है जहाँ पर क्लाइमेट चेंज के बहुत इफेक्ट्स देखे गए हैं उत्तराखंड में, चाहे वो लैंडस्लाइड्स हैं या वेदर सिचुएशन वहाँ पर बहुत चेंज होती रहती हैं। सो आई थिंक वहाँ के बच्चे फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस कर चुके हैं। ज़्यादातर कोस्टल एरियाज में फिर भी हमें कम नज़र आता है, पर पहाड़ों में, हिमालयाज़ में, खासकर उत्तराखंड में आपने फर्स्ट हैंड एक्सपीरियंस किया है क्लाइमेट चेंज का। सो आई एम वेरी प्राउड कि आप इस उम्र में यहाँ पर आए हैं, दिल्ली आए हैं और अपनी बात आपने सामने रखी है।
थैंक यू सर।
सो प्राउड ऑफ यू अनुष्का।
थैंक यू सर।
इनफैक्ट यहाँ पे और भी बच्चे आए हैं, ऑब्वियसली सारे नहीं आ सकते थे। यहाँ पे नवीन है हमारे साथ। आयुष्मान, हम आपसे पूछना चाहेंगे नवीन, आप जो सीखते हैं, अनुष्का ने हमें बताया कि आप स्कूल में क्या सीखते हैं, लेकिन वो अपने घर पे जाके अपने भाइयों बहनों या कम्युनिटी में वो कैसे बताते हैं कि जो आप स्कूल में सीखते हैं आप वापस अपने कम्युनिटी में कैसे लेके जाते हैं?
जो मैम, मैं कई चीज़ें सीखता हूँ स्कूल में, जैसे कि हैंड वॉश करना चाहिए, कि खाना खाने से पहले और खाना खाने के बाद, सोच के बाद, या फिर जब भी आप अपने हाथ गंदे लगे तब हमें हैंड वॉश करना चाहिए। तो मैं यही अपने छोटे भाई बहनों को सिखाता हूँ। और जैसा कोई बुजुर्ग लोग होते हैं उनको पता नहीं है कि हाथ धोना चाहिए, वो मिट्टी में काम करके आते हैं तो फिर खाना खुना खा लिया तो इससे वो बीमार हो सकते हैं। मैं उनको भी बताता हूँ कि हाथ धोना चाहिए। और हम सीखते हैं कि कचरे को कैसे अलग करें, जैसे गीला कचरा होता है, सूखा कचरा होता है, ई कचरा होता है, इन सबको अलग रखना चाहिए ताकि जो गीला कचरा है वो हमारे खाद में काम आ सके, जो सूखा कचरा है वो रिसाइकलिंग के लिए जा सकता है, और ई कचरा वो भी रिसाइकलिंग के लिए जा सकता है। तो ये सारी चीज़ें हम स्कूल में सीखते हैं मैम।
आई थिंक बच्चे ये समझ रहे हैं कि अगर हम साफ रहेंगे तो कनेक्ट कि बीमार नहीं पड़ेंगे। सो तो कनेक्ट बिटवीन इट्स सो ऑब्वियस एंड बच्चे वो सीख रहे हैं। रवि सिंह जी, हम आपसे शुरू करना चाहेंगे। आई थिंक यू आर द एक्सपर्ट हियर। आयुष्मान, वुड यू लाइक टू?
रवि सिंह जी, आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ कि you're doing a lot of community-led conservation like turtles and dolphins, and how saving biodiversity impacts climate and health in general.
Thank you, and thank you for inviting me here. You mentioned aquatic biodiversity, which is basically the examples you took were dolphins and turtles, of course the fish, wild fish. Primarily, they are the indicators of our biodiverse water system. If they are there present, if they are in good number, that means your water, your rivers are healthy. If your rivers are healthy, your nation is strong. It's as equal and quotient as that. Secondly, the presence of certain creatures which are very delicate in their existence, dolphins for instance, you took that name, they have evolved over 200 million years or so. And their presence on Earth indicates a certain balance of life for us, which they represent.
Gee.
And the understanding of this, which is so close to our nation, that heritage, tradition, life, culture, religion, all these are involved in the sanctity of life. And what does it mean? It means that the sanctity of life has a representation to the quality of life. This is the equal one to the other that it represents.
थैंक यू, आपने इतने अच्छे शब्दों में उनको समझाया। आई थिंक मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट जो आपने मैसेज दिया क्लाइमेट चेंज के साथ साथ, आयुष्मान, आई थिंक जो उन्होंने बताया कि एजुकेशन इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, एम्पावर करना हर बच्चे को बहुत ज़रूरी है। थैंक यू सो मच।
मुझे तो ये लगता है बच्चों की बात कर रहे हैं और हम मिलेनियल्स यहाँ पर काम कर रहे हैं, जेन जी नौकरी ढूंढ रहे हैं, तो जेन अल्फा ही है जो करने वाले हैं आगे जाकर कुछ।
जी।
Dr. Seri, last year we spoke to you in detail and it was very enlightening. And this time around my question to you is that climate change is contributing to a lot of illness and infections. And what kind of precautions and medication should we take to counter that?
देखिए, सबसे पहले तो मैं कहूँगा हाइजीन की बात चल रही थी
जी।
हाइजीन हम सबके लिए जरूरी है और बच्चों के लिए खास तौर पे, क्योंकि ये लोग जो चेंज ला सकते हैं वो शायद हम लोग नहीं ला सकते। हाइजीन पे एक बात कहना चाहूँगा कि हम वर्ड लूज टर्म यूज़ करते हैं। हाइजीन मीन्स प्रोटेक्टिंग फ्रॉम द डिजीज, यानी कि मरीज अपने आप को डिजीज से बचाना और दूसरों को भी बचाना। यदि छोटी सी बात हम हाथ धोते हैं, हाथ धोना एक बहुत सिंपल सी बात मानी जाती है, लेकिन हाथ धोना एक सबसे बड़ा हाइजीनिक है कि हम अपने आप को बचाते हैं और दूसरों को भी बचाते हैं। तो दूसरा आपने कहा कि क्या दवाइयाँ इस्तेमाल करनी चाहिए। विश्व भर में ये बात चल रही है, विश्व भर में, कि हमारे पास एंटीबायोटिक्स नहीं है और हम इसका अंधाधुन अपने घरों में इस्तेमाल करते हैं। आज का मैसेज सिर्फ ये है, यदि हम बीमार हैं, दवाई बिना डॉक्टर के मत लीजिए, सिर्फ अपने आप को हाइजीनिक रखिए, अपने आप को स्वस्थ रखिए, स्वच्छ रखिए, आपको कोई बीमारी नहीं, क्योंकि कोई दवाई की जरूरत नहीं है।
तो एक तरफ वायरसेस बढ़ रहे हैं, इन्फेक्शंस बढ़ रहे हैं, हम देख रहे हैं कि क्लाइमेट चेंज की वजह से कितनी वायरसेस, पैथोजेंस बढ़ रहे हैं, एंड वेरी ऑफन हम अननेसेसरी आई थिंक पॉपिंग ऑफ पिल्स जो करते हैं वो बिल्कुल नहीं करना चाहिए। सो रवि, वी हैव चिल्ड्रन हियर विद अस जो आप देख रहे हैं कि CRI स्कूल से है, हाइजीन ओलंपियाड के विनर्स हैं। टेल अस द इम्पैक्ट, लाइक जिन बच्चों ने इन्होंने हाइजीन करिकुलम पढ़ा है, हाउ हैज़ द बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया कैंपेन हेल्प्ड इन द वेरियस एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ हेल्थ एंड हाइजीन, क्योंकि हम उसी की बारे में आज बातचीत कर रहे हैं।
So, first of all, thank you, Ambika, and thank you, NDTV, for having us for the 10th season finale. We have been continuously working with the kids. Our journey has been remarkable when we started with 2,500 kids in the season 1 to now actually reaching to around 30 million kids across India. By large, this is one of the biggest programs, not just on health, it's the biggest program on One Health, where there is an integration of the human health, animal health, plant health, and we also, we have been evolving from year to year to year, and we saw we created an index, which is the climate index, which we did for the northeastern India along with the NDTV and Ernst & Young. We saw there's a huge potential and need to bring change among the kids, and which is being supported by the Prime Minister's, one of the flagship programs, Mission Life also.
Gee.
So we thought why not to work with the kids and make them the change agents, because they are first-hand experiencing what's happening to the environment and climate around them. We also inculcating something, Ambika, which is basically self-care.
Yes.
Self-care for the kids, so that they go back and they educate other kids and they educate themselves. So the whole curriculum is in place. And I'm very proud to tell you, when we met Mr. Ravi Singh in our office, our leadership Gaurav agreed to take WWF climate curriculum to all the schools where the hygiene curriculum is actually there in place. So that's a point of interaction and intersection what we want, in the future. And there's some very relevant studies what we are actually doing at this moment to understand the impact of the climate resilient schools on the overall well-being on the kids, the happiness index, the health index, and the third thing is basically the school illness days, how we are able to reduce all this illness days. So it's a long journey for us.
बहुत कुछ किया है, लॉन्ग जर्नी है। इनफैक्ट बच्चे, जैसे रवि ने कहा, बच्चों आपको एम्पावर करना है, यॉल आर द फ्यूचर, आप ही हमारा भविष्य है। हमारे साथ इतने दिग्गज इस एक्सपर्ट्स हैं, इनफैक्ट आप देख सकते हैं विहान, वी हैव सच एक्सपर्ट्स। इफ़ यू हैव एनी क्वेश्चंस, या बच्चे अगर आपके लिए, डॉक्टर सैनी, डॉक्टर प्रशांत सक्सेना हमारे साथ हैं, ही इज़ रियली द एक्सपर्ट। कुछ सवाल हो आपको जो पूछना चाहें, प्लीज़ गो अहेड एंड आस्क योर क्वेश्चंस।
मेरा क्वेश्चन डॉक्टर सैनी से है। मुझे आपसे ये पूछना है कि सर, जैसे अभी क्लाइमेट चेंज हो रहा है, तो यहाँ पे बैक्टीरियाज बढ़ते हैं या घटते हैं?
देखिए, क्लाइमेट चेंज होगा यदि हम अपने आप को हाइजीनिक नहीं रखेंगे। हाइजीन सिर्फ हमारे हाथों से नहीं, हमारी अपनी से नहीं है। हाइजीन इन एनवायरनमेंट, हाइजीन इन आवर सराउंडिंग्स, हाइजीन इन आवर बॉडी, ये सब यदि चीज़ें ठीक रखेंगे तो बैक्टीरिया बढ़ेंगे नहीं। दूसरा, जब ये बैक्टीरिया कैसे ग्रो होते हैं, उनके लिए भी एक टेम्परेचर चाहिए होता है। यस, दिस ह्यूमिड एनवायरनमेंट में बैक्टीरिया बढ़ सकते हैं, लेकिन यदि हम अपने आप को हाइजीनिक रखेंगे, अपनी दूरी मेंटेन रखेंगे, अपने हाथों को साफ रखेंगे, उससे हमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा। तो बैक्टीरिया बढ़ेंगे भी, एनवायरनमेंट को हम हाइजीनिक रखना है। यदि हमने खाना खाया, कुछ जो बचा हुआ खाना हमने यहीं बाहर फेंक दिया, तो क्या होगा? बैक्टीरिया वहाँ ग्रो कर जाएंगे, उनको भी खाना चाहिए, उनको भी ह्यूमिडिटी चाहिए। तो इन्वायरमेंट इस समय बहुत अच्छा है बैक्टीरिया के लिए, लेकिन हम उनके ऊपर जैसे ना खाद डालते हैं, हमने अपना खाना छोड़ दिया, कुछ गंदगी छोड़ दी, तो क्या होगा, उनके लिए वो खाद का काम करती है, वो ग्रो करेंगे। इसलिए यदि हम अपनी आसपास की, हम सारे बच्चे सोच लें कि हमने अपनी आसपास की इन्वायरमेंट को ठीक रखना है, स्वच्छ रखना है, तो कोई भी इन्वायरमेंट आ जाए हम स्वस्थ रहेंगे।
थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर सक्सेना, डॉक्टर सैनी। इनफैक्ट सबने इतनी अच्छी तरह बच्चों को समझाया डॉक्टर रवि सिंह, लेकिन आई थिंक जो सबसे इफेक्टिव होगा, क्योंकि हम सब में से विहान इज द यंगेस्ट जो ये बच्चों को रीच आउट कर सकते हैं। आई थिंक अगर आप बच्चों को इफ यू वांट टू टेल देम योर जर्नी, अगर आप उन्हें समझा सके कि इन्होंने क्लाइमेट चेंज के लिए 14 साल की उम्र में जो शुरू किया, that may motivate them a lot more. इन्होंने of course they've given their expert opinions, but अगर आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे बच्चों को अपनी जर्नी के बारे में।
तो मैं और मेरे छोटे भाई ने 2018 में ये जर्नी शुरू किया था। Basically, I'm asthmatic. I have severe asthma, and the air pollution, I've lived in Delhi all my life, has affected me very badly. And I've always wanted to do something for the environment, कि कुछ ना कुछ तो करना ही है। और स्कूल में सिखाते हैं कि पेड़ लगाइए, उससे हो जाएगा, लेकिन कितने पेड़ लगाएं और कहाँ लगाएं? दिल्ली में जगह भी नहीं है, कहाँ लगा सकते? पार्क में लगाएंगे तो वो उनका देखभाल भी कौन करता है? तो वो एक थॉट प्रोसेस मेरे में था। एंड आई वाज इन आई थिंक 7th grade, जब आई वाज गोइंग टू स्कूल, एंड न्यूज़पेपर मैंने पढ़ा था कि जो गाज़ीपुर लैंडफिल है, उस समय दिल्ली का और आई थिंक एशिया का लार्जेस्ट लैंडफिल था, वो उसमें आग लग गई थी और वो कोलैप्स हो गया था और 2 लोग दब भी गए थे उसके अंदर। तो वो पढ़ते ही आई फेल्ट कि मेरा जो कूड़ा है वो लैंडफिल में जा रहा है, वो जल रहा है, और वही पोल्यूशन मेरे लंग्स में इफ़ेक्ट कर रहा है। तो जब ये छोटा सा कनेक्शन मुझे एकदम साफ दिखाई दिया, तो मैंने सोचा कि मैं घर पर क्या कर सकता हूँ, मैं अपना शुरुआत कैसे कर सकता हूँ। तो आई डिड अ लॉट ऑफ रिसर्च एंड आई फाउंड आउट दैट द बेस्ट वे ऑफ reducing waste going to landfill is to segregate waste and ensure it gets recycled. But क्या हो रहा था कि मैं अलग तो कर रहा था कूड़ा, लेकिन जो भैया आ रहे थे उठाने के लिए, वो सब मिक्स करके ले जा रहे थे। तो उस समय फिर मैं सोचा कि मैं रिसाइकलर से बात करता हूँ कि एटलीस्ट मेरा जो सूखा कूड़ा है वो तो रिसाइकल हो जाए। लेकिन रिसाइकलर्स बोल रहे थे कि आपका तो बस 20-30 kg है, हम लोग तो ये लेंगे नहीं। एंड वहाँ से जो शुरुआत हुई, हमने जो भी मम्मी थे नेबरहुड में, जो आंटीज़ थे, उनके ग्रुप में हमने एक मैसेज डाला और फिर हम लोग घर से पिकअप करना शुरू किए ड्राई वेस्ट। अब हम लोग 7 cities में हैं इंडिया में। वी आर कलेक्टिंग वेस्ट फ्रॉम 25,000 homes every month, ensuring it's recycled and helping them and helping schools as well as offices and institutions go zero waste.
Well, that is how I think youth gets empowered. Thank you so much for sharing our journey. Now let's go across to Dr. Randeep Guleria, former director AIMS. Dr. Guleria, thank you so much for joining us. What changes are you seeing in infections and diseases due to climate change, and how can good hygiene practices help people avoid them?
If you look at what has happened over the last 24 years, that is this century, we've seen a lot of outbreaks and infections happening, from SARS to MERS to the H1N1 pandemic to the COVID-19 pandemic, and a lot of other infections which occur in regional areas that are happening. We've also seen the Nipah virus outbreak recently. All of this is related to climate change and the fact that there is a change in the environment, the fact that there is now a crowding of space as far as the globe is concerned. We're becoming a global village. Travel has become much more. And also there is now the ability of viruses to jump species and infect humans. And that is why if you look at all the outbreaks that have happened in the last 24 years, this century, all of them have been because of viruses jumping species, from zoonotic infections becoming human infections and causing outbreaks and pandemics. All of this is due to climate change. And therefore hygiene in terms of prevention of the spread of infection becomes very, very important, whether it be hand hygiene, whether it be preventing infection by covering your cough, or being careful about disposal of your sputum that you have. All of these are very, very important steps in preventing the spread of such infections.
Dr. Guleria, we have all just seen how the students here are so involved and have so many questions. If you can share with them what measures they can take to improve hygiene practices.
बच्चों को अपना ध्यान रखना बहुत जरूरी है क्योंकि वो इन्फेक्शन घर ले जा सकते हैं और घर में फिर अगर उनके पेरेंट्स हैं या ग्रैंड पेरेंट्स हैं उनको इन्फेक्शन हो सकता है जो सीरियस हो सकता है। तो बच्चों को ये ध्यान रखना चाहिए। पहली चीज ये कि अगर आप स्कूल जाएं, अगर आपको बुखार खांसी जुकाम है तो घर पे रहें, स्कूल ना जाएं क्योंकि स्कूल जाने से आपका जो इन्फेक्शन है वो सारे क्लास में फैल जाएगा और लोगों को भी हो जाएगा। दूसरा, अपना हाथ रेगुलरली धोएं। हैंड वॉशिंग इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। अब जब भी खाना खाएं तो अपना हाथ धोएं और जब भी आपको लगे कि आप किसी ऐसी चीज को टच कर रहे हैं जिससे आपको इन्फेक्शन हो सकता है तो हैंड वॉशिंग रेगुलरली करें। अगर आपको कहीं किसी के साथ क्लोज कॉन्टैक्ट है और उसको जुकाम नजला है तो या तो वो भी मास्क लगाएं, आप भी मास्क लगाएं और कुछ हद तक उससे दूरी भी रखें तो वो भी बेहतर रहेगा। दूसरा, मैं ये कहूँगा कि बच्चों को अपना एनवायरनमेंट अच्छा करना चाहिए। अब हमने कई स्कूल में ग्रीन स्कूल इनिशिएटिव शुरू किया था। आप अपने स्कूल में देखो कि ग्रीनरी ज़्यादा हो, कार्बन फुटप्रिंट कम हो। अगर आप आ रहे हैं तो बस में आए, प्राइवेट कार में ना आए। अगर पैदल चल सकते हैं तो पैदल चलें, जिससे क्लाइमेट चेंज और पोल्यूशन हम दोनों कम कर पाएं।
We are slipping into a short break. Keep watching NDTV Detol Banega Swasth India season finale. There is a lot more coming up, including the BSI anthem. Stay tuned.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news.
आप में से फोन कौन कौन यूज करना जानता है? सबको फोन यूज करना आता है। हाँ, आजकल सब। अगर आप में से कोई ऐप बनाना चाहता हो तो किस पर ऐप बनाता?
सर मेरे को ऐप बनाना है इन्वायरमेंट पे, जिसके थ्रू जो हम लोग होते हैं वो कैसे क्लीन रह सकते हैं, वो भी कार्टून के थ्रू, क्योंकि जो छोटे बच्चे होते हैं वो ज़्यादा कार्टून देखना पसंद करते हैं, तो हम कार्टून के थ्रू उन्हें क्लीननेस मतलब क्लीन कैसे रख सके अपनी बॉडी को, वो सिखाएंगे उस इन्वायरमेंट वाले ऐप से।
वेरी गुड।
आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे थे?
हाँ
सर मैं ऐसा ऐप बनाना चाहती हूँ जिस ऐप का नाम है पर्सनल हाइजीन मोड। उस पे मैं कोई चीज़ भूल रही हूँ तो उसमें सायरन बजे बहुत तेज़ से, जैसे कि मैं अगर हैंड वॉश खाना खाने से पहले हैंड वॉश करना भूल रही हूँ तो उसमें सायरन बजे।
तो इनकी तरह today's youth are very tech savvy and they are using that savviness, leveraging technology and innovation to revolutionize health and hygiene practices with fresh perspectives and a knack for digital solutions. They're developing apps, smart devices and educational platforms that promote better hygiene and health outcomes.
Absolutely, Ayushman. Technology and innovations play a pivotal role in enhancing health and hygiene to improve public health, and digital platforms facilitate health education as well as behavior change, promoting better hygiene practices. So today we have with us to discuss about all of this, we have with us Nikunj Malpani, co-founder and CEO NeoDocs, Mr. Neerath Bhatnagar, Senior Advisor Dalberg and founder Belong. We have with us Nav Agarwal, co-founder One Step Greener, Anupriya Nayak, CEO Menstrual, and of course we have with us Mr. Ravi Bhatnagar.
Ravi, technology plays a very important role for transforming healthcare by making it more accessible. लेकिन आप डिटॉल के थ्रू कैसे यहाँ तक पहुँच पाए?
We are seeing like climate is changing, and it's a responsibility of Reckitt as an organization on the public health, and not just for the Dettol, through Dettol. So we have created something which is called Protect QI. So Protect QI is there in the Northeast India, in all the northeastern states, where you can actually evaluate your self-risk to the STIs and the STDs. It can tell you like how much the risk is. It's low, moderate or high. And then it also signals you to nearby facilities where you should go there for your counseling. And it's deeply linked to the government's programs on youth and on growing up. Third thing is the self-risk assessment on malaria, which we are seeing, like, as we know, like Bareilly is one of the districts which has around 80% of the malaria load of whole of Uttar Pradesh, because of its, the way it is structured, the way the geography is of Bareilly. So we are bringing an app there where you can actually do your assessment, like how prone you can be to malaria, and then the steps what you can take. Largely the focus is on self-care for the moms, for the kids under 5, through other programs what we do, but yes, tech has a huge role to play. Yes, we're also trying to further strengthen our Hygiene game, which has currently 5 levels. And this year, like Candy Crush has unlimited levels to play. We also want to create something on the very similar lines where the Hygiene is unlimited.
So we're going to make Ayushman play the game in a bit.
Yeah, I want to really.
Let's see what level you reach.
I will try to, yeah. I used to be a gamer earlier, but anyway, Ravi, your excitement and enthusiasm is amazing. Last year also, you're always very excited to tell what's happening with Dettol and your stakeholders, with Reckitt and everyone. My next question is to Nikunj, that what inspired you to create NeoDocs and smartphone-based tests, and how do you envision these things, especially in the rural areas जहाँ पर pathology labs होती नहीं है?
Hi Ayushman. Hi everyone, it's lovely to be here. So मैं थोड़ा सा time लेता हूँ to explain what do we actually do. So we built acid test cards. इस पे आप अगर sample डालो, urine, blood, and you simply click a photo using your phone, 30 seconds में results आ जाते हैं.
What do you say?
So you don't need labs, you just need your phone. So हम ये करते हैं. आज बहुत बड़ा issue है delayed diagnostics या फिर misdiagnostics. तो हमने सोचा अगर जो काम लैब की मशीन करती है वो हम फ़ोन पे कर पाए तो कितना अमेजिंग होगा. तो घर पे टेस्ट हो सकता है, हॉस्पिटल्स में हो सकता है, क्लिनिक्स में हो सकता है, गवर्नमेंट सेंटर्स में हो सकता है. दैट इज़ हाउ वी एक्चुअली स्टार्टेड. एंड वी एक्चुअली स्टार्टेड विद द थॉट ऑफ बिल्डिंग फॉर convenience. So I am born and brought up in Mumbai. I stay in Lokhandwala, went to school in Juhu, went to college in Powai. So we actually started building for that. By chance last year, we got selected as one of the winners of Maharashtra government's programs, which got us a chance to work with the government in the rural areas. तो वहाँ जाके मुझे समझ आया कि जो असली इंडिया है वहाँ पे कितनी दिक्कतें हैं. And then I realized that what we are creating can actually help people in rural areas. So we have multiple apps, vernacular languages. We help train the health workers. So that's how we are bringing about a change.
Wow.
That's great, Nikunj. 80% भारत छोटे शहरों में, गाँव में बसता है और वहाँ तक पहुँच पा रहे हैं. It's path breaking. Thank you so much. Next question is to Neerath. Dalberg, Wash और behavior change के लिए AI की काफ़ी help ले रहा है. आप बच्चों को बताना चाहते हैं कि क्या चल रहा है इसमें?
Thanks for having me here, NDTV and Ayushman. We worked on sanitation, we worked on agriculture, we worked on climate change, and what one realizes very quickly is that all of these are multi-pronged problems. So you need obviously the hardware to be there, you need the toilets to be there, you need the hand washing stations to be there, financing has to be there, the regulation on waste management has to be there. But ultimately, none of this will matter if behavior change is not there. So behavior change is very, very important. And behavior change is more complex than we commonly think, right? So obviously, there's a huge amount of value that IEC campaigns, that informational campaigns, that even films like the ones that you do, they are really important in shifting social norms, but you need all of this to come together. So the thing is, we need to do these things in a very scientific way, and the world is changing so rapidly, right? You've got COVID, which happened a few years ago, and all of these risks are coming together. Even in the last panel, we were told how climate is exacerbating health risks, right, and sanitation risks. So the whole idea of AI for us is how do we democratize behavior change expertise? India has so many different government entities, it has so many different NGOs, it has so many different organizations, and we partner very closely with Reckitt and with Plan. So the question is, AI को लेके, जैसे कि अभी बच्चे जो बोल रहे थे कि उनके पास जो ऐप है, इसमें बहुत सारी फंक्शनैलिटी है, so how can we harness AI to really spread to make 1 million people experts in behavior change, right? Without that, without this democratization, I don't think it'll actually move forward, and that's what led us to creating this platform called ABCD, the Atlas of Behavior Change and Development. And there we are working with a lot of partners, including Reckitt, Plan, many government agencies, UNICEF, on these kinds of behavior change programs.
Thank you so much, नीरज. अगर आज हम यहाँ MCD टैगोर गार्डन स्कूल में हैं, NDTV डिटॉल बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया कैंपेन के फिनाले के लिए, और अब हम बातचीत कर रहे हैं इनोवेशन के बारे में. और अनुप्रिया, मैं आपके पास आना चाहूँगी. How do you see innovation shaping the future of health and hygiene? और खासकर अगर मैं आपको menstrual hygiene के बारे में पूछूँ, because you started something called Menstruate, उसके बारे में हमें बताइए, बच्चों को बताइए.
So thank you for having me here, and hi everyone. So I was 15 when I started Menstruate with 2 other co-founders, Prisha and Vanalika. They're unfortunately not here today. And what we are doing is we are trying to revolutionize the sanitary sector of the country, because right now it's pretty stale. There's not a lot of innovation that happens in that sector. And जो हमें पता चल रहा है कि there's a lot of problems in how in women who are not able to access these products, or they are not able to afford these products. So what we are doing is we are developing sanitary pads very affordable and in a very accessible way through underutilized sugarcane bagasse. And we are taking this from like juice vendors. So हम उनके पास जाते हैं and उनके जो गन्ने के जो छिलके होते हैं वो हम लेके आ जाते हैं and हम उसी से pads बनाते हैं. And because our raw material acquisition cost is so low, we're able to retail at a very low cost as well. There's not a lot of communication between mothers and daughters. Ki menstrual hygiene kya hai? So when their daughters come of age, they're very ashamed and they're very scared of this overwhelming process that is menstruation. तो उसके लिए we are designing these story books, these children books, which introduces periods in a very safe and a very healthy way with a lot of visual illustrations, so that कि उनको भी समझ आए कि this is not a process that needs to be afraid of, that they need to be afraid of.
Hi Nav. So the question for you is कि how do you see youth-driven innovation shaping the future? और क्या challenges face करते हैं young innovators इसमें?
I think जो innovation है वो एक कदम से शुरू होता है, और वो एक कदम एक्शन होता है. जो मेरा संस्था है जिसका नाम वन स्टेप ग्रीनर या एक कदम हरियाली है, उसमें जब हमने शुरू किया था, मैं 11 साल का था, मेरा भाई 14 साल का था, और हमारे दिमाग में ये नहीं था कि एक दिन मैं 17 साल का हूँगा और मैं इतने लोग के सामने बात करूँगा. ये मेरे दिमाग में कभी आया नहीं था. लेकिन जो हमने एक कदम लिया इनोवेशन के तरह, हमने बोला कि नहीं, हमारे घर से जो कूड़ा निकल रहा है दैट हैज़ टू गेट रिसाइकल्ड. वो हमें कूड़ादान भेजना ही नहीं है, उसको हमें रिसाइकल करना है. और फिर 7 साल हो गए काम करते हुए, और हमने ऑलमोस्ट 5 लाख यूथ आपके जैसे को एजुकेट किया है, और रिसाइकल ऑलमोस्ट 10 लाख किलोग्राम वेस्ट को रिसाइकल किया है, और इसकी वजह से 50 मिलियन लीटर पानी बचाया है. और ये मुझे सिर्फ एक चीज़ बताता है, ये मुझे बताता है कि एक 11 साल का बच्चा और एक 14 साल का बच्चा एक कदम आगे बढ़ने में
इतना प्रभाव ला सकता है, जलवायु परिवर्तन में इतना बदलाव ला सकता है कि आप सोचो कि आप क्या कर सकते हो। मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि आपको कुछ करना है तो आपको करना चाहिए, किसी और के बात मत सुनो और वो एक कदम आगे बढ़ो।
It's great to have these youngsters, I mean, speaking like this. They
मतलब
really are the
आपकी-
voices and our future.
आपकी उम्र क्या है अभी?
17 साल का हूँ मैं।
17
17, yes.
I heard 17. But very well said. आप सीखिए इनसे कुछ, आप ज़्यादा फ़र्क नहीं है, आपसे 6 साल बड़े हैं सिर्फ ये, और आपकी उम्र के थे जब इन्होंने शुरू किया था, इनके भाई 14 साल के थे सिर्फ। Congratulations Nav, so proud of you. And next question is to Nikunj again, जो मुंबई से आए हैं। मैं भी मुंबई से आया हूँ और काफ़ी इंटरेस्टेड हूँ मैं जानने के लिए जो आपने न्यू डॉग शुरू किया है, वो इनोवेशन जो शुरू किया, उसके चैलेंजेस क्या क्या रहे होंगे आपके लिए, तो उसको ज़्यादा एक्सटेंड करने के लिए, स्पेशली रूरल एरियाज़ में?
बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस थे, क्योंकि जैसे आई कम फ्रॉम अ अर्बन सिटी, रूरल एरिया में बहुत ही अलग तरह के लैंग्वेज अलग होते हैं, लोग अलग होते हैं, वहाँ पे ट्रेन करना बहुत सारे बैरियर्स होते हैं, और ख़ासकर हम एक मेडिकल डिवाइसेस में काम कर रहे हैं, तो मेडिकल डिवाइसेस फॉर राइट रीजंस यू हैव टू प्रूव योर एक्यूरेसी, गेट वैलिडेशंस, गेट सर्टिफिकेशंस, देन डिप्लॉय। एंड आप जब कुछ नया करने जाते हैं गवर्नमेंट सेक्टर में, तो वो ऑफ कोर्स दे विल लुक एट इट वेरी केयरफुली if it's properly working or no before they can let it out in the audience, क्योंकि जनता की हेल्थ का सवाल है। तो वो बहुत सारी चीज़ें होते हैं, उनको मीटिंग द राइट पीपल, ट्राइंग टू कन्विंस देम, एक पायलट से शुरू करना, उसका इम्पैक्ट दिखाना, तो ये मल्टीपल चैलेंजेस होते हैं, बट इट्स ऑल वर्थ इट। आई थिंक जो हमें सक्सेस मिलती गई, जो हम इम्पैक्ट देख रहे थे लोगों में, वी हैव हेल्प्ड अ लॉट ऑफ प्रेग्नेंट वुमेन यू नो इम्प्रूव देयर हेल्थ। ऐसे औरतें थी जिन्होंने पहले देव हैड मिसकैरेजेस ड्यू टू इश्यूज, एंड ड्यू आर आवर टेस्ट दे आइडेंटिफाइड इश्यूज, एंड तो उनका फिर बेबी हो गया। सो ऑल ऑफ दिस मेक्स अस रियली रियली हैप्पी।
In fact, thank you. I just want to come to you, Anupriya. मैं सोच रही थी जो आप बात कर रहे थे कि your mother is मतलब रूरल वेस्ट बंगाल से हैं, तो आप कम्युनिटीज़ के साथ कैसे interact करते हैं, खासकर अगर menstruate की हम बात करें, how do you reach out to the communities?
When we started with menstruate, जब पहली बार जब हम लोग बाहर जाके लोगों से बात कर रहे थे, तो एक चीज़ तो समझ आए कि बहुत लोग बात ही नहीं करना चाहते यार। मतलब ये जो पीरियड्स है 355 मिलियन वुमेन इन द कंट्री, तो बहुत लोगों को होता है, बट even then I think only 15 to 20% of women actually have access to periods or period products, safe period products. तो उसके लिए जब हम बाहर जाके जब हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं, तो बहुत बार ऐसा होता है कि बच्चे कभी नहीं सुनते हैं। मतलब आप लोग तो यहाँ पे बैठ के सुन रहे हैं, आई एम सो थैंकफुल, बट बहुत बार हुआ है कि मतलब नहीं सुनते हैं लोग, एंड आई फील लाइक दैट्स ओके, बिकॉज व्हेन यू अप्रोच इट, मतलब धीरे धीरे एक एक कदम बढ़ा के, जैसे उन्होंने बोला, एक एक कदम बढ़ा के व्हेन यू गो टुवर्ड्स अ डेस्टिनेशन, देन दैट वर्क्स। तो हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं कि अभी वी आर ट्राइंग टू अप्रोच मेंस्ट्रुएशन इन अ वे दैट मेक्स इट ईजी फॉर यूथ टू अंडरस्टैंड। तो इसमें हमने जो हमारे पैम्फलेट्स निकाले हैं, जो हमने हमारी बुक्स निकाली हैं, वी आर ऑल्सो डूइंग इट इन रीजनल लैंग्वेजेस, जो कि जैसे कि एक वाइडर ऑडियंस को पहुंच सके, एंड वी आर एबल टू कम्युनिकेट with the masses of the country, which I think is very important when we are talking about issues like menstruation, जो कि historically है, but यार अभी तक मतलब there's not that solution that has come out. So that is something that we really want to work in.
Congratulations अनुप्रिया। एक ऊर्जा होती है एक उम्र में जब आप कुछ करना चाहते हैं सोसाइटी के लिए, देश के लिए। आई थिंक दैट्स द राइट एज जब आप टीन होते हैं, टीनेजर होते हैं, और आपकी उम्र बिल्कुल परफेक्ट है इस टाइम। नीरज, AI और टेक्नोलॉजी जो है वो हेल्थ केयर को कैसे आगे लेके जा रहा है, आपको क्या चैलेंजेस फेस करने पड़ रहे हैं, और ये बच्चे इसको कैसे एक्सेस कर सकते हैं?
तो AI जो है वो अगर हेल्थ केयर की पूरी वैल्यू चेन देखेंगे, अगर अलग अलग स्टेप्स होते हैं, डायग्नोस करना, उसको ट्रीट करना, और फिर उस ट्रीटमेंट से अडहियर करना, तो जो AI है वो इन तीनों स्टेजेस पे बहुत इफेक्टिव हो रहा है। तो जैसे कि निकुंज ने अभी बताया, तो डायग्नोस्टिक स्टेज है, तो उसमें AI का बहुत यूज़ हो रहा है। जो पहले चीज़ें आपको सैंपल देना पड़ता था, आप सिर्फ इमेजरी से हो रही हैं। सिमिलरली जो एक्चुअल मैचिंग अभी बेस्ड ऑन डायग्नोसिस, उस पेशेंट की डिटेल्स पे क्या ट्रीटमेंट मिलना चाहिए उनको, वो काफ़ी इनोवेशंस आ रहे हैं। और बच्चों के लिए आई थिंक बहुत सारे अभी टूल्स ऐसे आ गए हैं, जैसे कि आप कैसे, अभी तो आप बहुत यंग हैं, 11-12 साल के हैं, तो अभी आपका जो है फिटनेस, प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ, वो काफ़ी रेलेवेंट है। और जैसे कि आपने आई थिंक एक जो बच्चे थे वो बोल रहे थे कि ऐसी रिमाइंडर्स आएँ कि मैंने हाथ वॉश नहीं किए हैं तो रिमाइंड मुझे ऐप करे। तो इस तरह की चीज़ों में बहुत अपॉर्चुनिटी है। और इंडिया एक्चुअली इतनी सारी टेक्नोलॉजी यहाँ पे इंडिया में डेवलप हो रही है, और जो AI के मॉडल्स हैं वो वाकई डेमोक्रेटाइज करने वाले हैं जिस तरह से इनोवेशन होने वाला है।
आई थिंक जस्ट टेकिंग कि जो नीरज कह रहे थे, रवि, मेरा आपसे सवाल ये है, क्योंकि आप यहाँ इतने बच्चे हैं, वी हैव 2 यंगस्टर्स, आई मीन यू स्टार्टेड रियली यंग, आप बच्चों के साथ काम करते हैं, बहुत क्लोजली काम करते हैं, व्हाट वुड यू लाइक टू टेल ये यंगस्टर्स जो यहाँ बैठे हैं, इनोवेशन की अगर बात करें?
सो बच्चों, इनोवेशन तो आप ही लोग करते हैं और आप ही सिखाते हैं। हमने स्टेम एजुकेशन हाइजीन किट बनाया, हमने बहुत सारे बड़े बड़े एक्सपर्ट्स को दिया, टीचर्स को दिया, प्रिंसिपल्स को दिया, लेकिन जो स्टेम एजुकेशन किट निकल के आई वो आपके एज ग्रुप के बच्चों ने ही बनाई। आज वो स्टेम एजुकेशन किट जो है वो अराउंड 1 लाख के आसपास स्कूल्स में जाता है, और उस बच्चे के फोटो भी है जिसने बनाया वो स्टेम एजुकेशन किट। और सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि वो स्टेम एजुकेशन किट बनाने में कुछ हमें कोई बाहर से कुछ नहीं लेके आना पड़ा। हमारे घर में हैंड वॉश होता है ना, चाहे डिटॉल का है या दूसरा है, हैंड वॉश होता है। घर में कॉर्न स्टार्च भी होता है जिससे हम लोग पकौड़े वगैरह तलते हैं। उन दोनों को मिला के आप, जैसे वो डो बॉल होती है ना, जैसे आप उसको बना के फ्लावर बना सकते हैं, खींच के मिला लेते हैं, उसको गूंद लेते हैं, जैसे आटा गूंदते हैं उसी तरह से उसको गूंद लेते हैं, उससे फ्लावर बनाते हैं, उससे डक बनाते हैं, उससे हॉर्स बनाते हैं, तो वही आपका कस्टमाइज सोप हो जाता है। और आप उसको फिर जो है आप अपने वॉशरूम में जाके खुद यूज़ कर सकते हैं, जो कि चाइल्ड फ्रेंडली, चाइल्ड सेफ भी है, और उसमें सब सारे इंग्रेडिएंट्स ऐसे हैं जो कि बिल्कुल सेफ है।
सोप जो अलग अलग डिज़ाइन में है, ये मिलेनियल्स के टाइम पे क्यों नहीं थे, मैं जानना चाहता हूँ रवि। ये इनको जेन अल्फा जो है बहुत इसका फ़ायदा उठा रही है।
आप क्या शेप्स बनाते हैं?
कुछ भी। आई थिंक मैं भी जेन अल्फा की तरह बहुत ज़्यादा ऑब्सेस्ड हूँ डायनासोर से।
हाँ, ओके, तो अब आपको सही जगह लेके आए।
या एब्सोल्युटली।
बच्चे ही हमारा फ्यूचर है, और हम बात कर रहे हैं कि हाउ टुडेज यूथ आर एट द फोरफ्रंट ऑफ क्लाइमेट एक्शन एंड टेक्नोलॉजिकल इनोवेशन, ड्राइविंग सिग्निफिकेंट चेंज टुवर्ड्स अ सस्टेनेबल फ्यूचर। यही बच्चों के पास एनर्जी है, क्रिएटिविटी है, एंड दे आर कमिटेड ऑन रीशेपिंग हाउ वी एड्रेस दीज ग्लोबल चैलेंजेस। इस ब्रेक के बाद हम बात करेंगे हाउ कंबाइनिंग फन विद एजुकेशन बाय लेवरेजिंग द पावर ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी can help instill lifelong hygiene practices in children, ensuring better health outcomes for the future. So do stay tuned.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now.
So we showed you at the start of the show that learning about hygiene can be fun. You can sing songs or recite dialogues while washing your hands. You can read comic books or have puppets teach you about कीटाणु. The important thing is to learn about hygiene. तो बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया ने जो हाइजीन करिकुलम की पहल शुरू की थी 10 साल पहले और जो तब से लाखों स्कूलों में पहुंच चुका है, उसे देश के सारे स्कूलों तक हम कैसे पहुंचाएं?
और इसी बातचीत के लिए और इस चर्चा के लिए आज हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं अंजू सचदेवा, वो प्रिंसिपल है टैगोर स्कूल के, डॉक्टर सौम्या स्वामीनाथन फॉर्मर चीफ साइंटिस्ट है वो वर्ल्ड हेल्थ ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के, और डॉक्टर कोमल गोस्वामी चीफ ऑफ पार्टी प्लान के. तो आई थिंक सबसे पहले कैन वी गो अक्रॉस टू डॉक्टर सौम्या स्वामीनाथन. थैंक यू सो मच डॉक्टर सौम्या फॉर जॉइनिंग अस टुडे एंड ऑलवेज बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ दिस कैंपेन. The first thing, we've been talking about climate change, and as climate change continues to affect various aspects of our environment and health, what are the specific impacts that we are seeing on children globally? And Dr. Soumya, I'm asking you this क्योंकि आज हमारे साथ यहाँ बहुत सारे बच्चे बैठे हैं, तो हम इसको, इन impacts को कैसे mitigate कर सकते हैं?
Thank you very much for this show and this question, and for shining a spotlight on the impact of climate change, which is often invisible to most people. We do see from time to time the natural disasters which are occurring with increasing frequency, but there are also slow onset changes which are less dramatic and less visible, but yet have a big influence on people's lives. So the impact on children globally is huge. And what is worrying is because they are the actually future generation who are going to face all of the impacts of all the changes, the anthropogenic effects that human beings have inflicted on this environment, and which has resulted in the acceleration of global warming. And that in turn has had multiple cascading effects. So if you think about what children, are facing today and can be expected to face, of course, there are the big disasters which happen, so you have a flood, or you have a cyclone, or you have a forest fire. These obviously displace people from their homes for either short or long periods of time. People have to move away. Maybe they are living in some kind of temporary camps. So education is affected, nutrition is affected, family bonds are affected, often families are separated, and all this leads to physical and mental stress on the child.
Dr. Swaminathan, hygiene is a crucial aspect of public health, especially for children. Could you elaborate on the importance of hygiene for children's health and development?
Yes. So, it has been recognized for a long time now that not only is nutrition and good food important for mental and physical growth and development, but also the enabling factors. And the enabling factors basically are clean water, safe sanitation, good housing, and obviously a good environment for the child to grow up in. Particularly the first 1,000 days of life are very important. And so the child begins its journey in this world when it is still in the womb of the mother. And so the environment that it gets from the mother, is the mother well nourished? Is the mother under stress? Does the mother have infections? Does the mother have access, to nutritious food? All of this starts impacting the growth of the child. And then once the child is born, the first 2 years are very critical in terms of both brain growth and physical growth. And so that's where we actually have a problem. We have stunting in our country, which begins, at or before birth and continues after birth. So the child never attains its full potential. So the genetic potential, in order to really achieve that and to have an economy which is thriving, you need human capital. And human capital is basically children's growth. So I'm saying this because water, sanitation are extremely important determinants of a child's growth and development, whether it's at home, whether it's in the school, whether it's in the community settings. And it's really wonderful that our government has such a strong emphasis on sanitation, through the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan and now through the Jal Jeevan program, trying to bring safe water and safe sanitation to every household and community. I think schools, creches, Anganwadis, these are also very important places where children spend a significant portion of their day. And therefore, it's important that every such facility where children are spending time must have good sanitation.
Dr. Swaminathan, जैसे मैंने आपको बताया, यहाँ हमारे साथ बच्चे हैं. So with your experience, could you share some effective strategies जो help कर सकते हैं इन बच्चों को to spread awareness, ना सिर्फ अपने लिए पर इनके communities में भी, खासकर hygiene को लेकर?
तो actually बच्चों में ही हम उम्मीद रखते हैं, क्योंकि वो एक्चुअली जिस तरह से वो बदल सकते हैं चीज़ों को, चाहे माँ बाप ना भी समझें, अगर बच्चे समझ जाते हैं, तो हमने ये देखा है तो कि चाहे वो तंबाकू हो, जो बच्चे समझते हैं वो घर जाके अपने पिताजी को कहते हैं कि आपको तंबाकू पीने से मेरे स्वास्थ्य पे भी असर पड़ रहा है, सबके स्वास्थ्य पे असर पड़ रहा है, तो घर के अंदर तंबाकू मत यूज करिए. तो दैट्स अ गुड एग्जाम्पल. बट बच्चों के लिए मेरे ख्याल आजकल इतने डिस्ट्रैक्शंस आ गए हैं सोशल मीडिया और इंटरनेट से, उनको इतनी सारी चीजें बताई जाती हैं, तो कई बार वो कंफ्यूज हो जाते हैं कि क्या सच है क्या नहीं है, और किसको हम बिलीव करें और किसकी बात माने. तो जरूरी ये है कि अपने आप को अगर तंदुरुस्त रखना है, और ये भी फिजिकल और मेंटल दोनों, मानसिक तंदुरुस्ता भी जरूरी है, इसके लिए हमें कुछ चीजों पे ध्यान देना चाहिए. सबसे पहले हेल्दी फूड. और आजकल बच्चों में एक ऑब्सेशन हो गया है बाहर से खरीद के खाना, या जो भी एडवर्टाइजमेंट दिखते हैं उसको खाना, और जो घर पे माँ बनाती हैं खाना, जो दाल चावल रोटी अंडा और सब्जी वगैरह, उसको छोड़ के बाहर का वो सॉफ्ट ड्रिंक्स या पैकेज फूड्स लेके खा लेते हैं. ये एक्चुअली बहुत खराब है. हमारे स्वास्थ्य के लिए, और आगे जाके डायबिटीज, ब्लड प्रेशर वगैरह होने की बहुत संभावना ज़्यादा है। आजकल ये भी देखा जा रहा है कि बच्चों में भी बीपी और शुगर की जो बीमारियां हैं वो बढ़ती जा रही हैं। तो सबसे पहले तो अपने खाने पे आप ज़रूर अटेंशन दीजिए, और तंदुरुस्त खाना जो फ्रेश हो, जो लोकल हो और जो घर पे बनाया, उसको ज़्यादातर खाइए। कभी ना कभी बाहर से आप लेके खा सकते हैं, बट रोज रोज उसकी आदत मत बनाइए, बहुत जरूरी। दूसरा, फिजिकल एक्टिविटी, एक्सरसाइज। वैसे तो बच्चे खेलते कूदते ही हैं, बट आजकल ज्यादा टाइम स्क्रीन पे स्पेंड कर रहे हैं, तो जरूर 1-2 घंटे बाहर एक्सरसाइज में आपका जैसे भी जो भी पसंद हो, चाहे आप जॉगिंग करें या साइकिल करें या बास्केटबॉल खेलें या आप तैरने जाएं, जो पसंद है, बट वो एक्सरसाइज बहुत जरूरी है। उसके बिना जो है मोटापन हो जाता है, और मोटेपन से काफी बीमारियां। और तीसरा, अपने आसपास अपने एनवायरनमेंट का ख्याल रखना। आजकल डेंगू बीमारी बढ़ रही है, जैसे बारिश होती है वैसे डेंगू की बीमारी। क्यों? क्योंकि हमारे शहरों में पानी इतना इकट्ठा हो जाता है हर जगह कि मच्छरें अच्छी तरह से वहां पे ब्रीड कर लेती हैं। आप अपने घर में अगर जाके अपने गली में, अपने रोड में, अपने घर के अंदर, ऊपर, बाहर, नीचे देखें कि कहाँ कहाँ पानी, स्टैग्नेंट वाटर है, और उसको अगर हम हटा दें और अगर सब लोग करें इसको, तो वो डेंगू का जो मच्छर है वो नहीं सरवाइव कर पाएगा। वो डेंगू की हटा सकते हैं। ये ऐसे ही मैं नहीं बोल रही हूँ, करके दिखाया है कुछ शहरों ने, कुछ गांव ने। तो इसके लिए एक कम्युनिटी मूवमेंट चाहिए, और बच्चे अगर ऐसा मूवमेंट चलाएं अपने स्कूल में भी और घर में भी, तो हम लोग डेंगू से और जो मच्छर से बीमारियां फैलती हैं उससे बच सकते हैं।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर स्वामीनाथन। अब हम चलते हैं हमारे यहाँ टैगोर स्कूल की प्रिंसिपल मैम की तरफ। मैम, वेलकम टू द शो।
थैंक यू सो मच आयुष्मान।
तो अंजू जी, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ, आप कैसे अमल करते हैं ये करिकुलम में अबाउट हाइजीन एंड हेल्थ के बारे में?
एक्चुअली हमारे पास जो बच्चे आते हैं, दे कम एट वेरी टेंडर एज, 3+ से लेकर अराउंड 10 ईयर्स तक के बच्चे हमारे पास होते हैं। एंड ये हमारी ड्यूटी बन जाती है। एंड दे कम from not very well families. They are underprivileged. Their parents are not very well educated. 99.9% they are illiterate. So this is my responsibility that along with the curriculum, hygiene को भी और बाकी जो भी social issues हैं, not only hygiene, say no to single-use plastic. We work on many things. These all things are included in our curriculum. और इन्हें इस एज में ही सिखाया जाता है कि कैसे अपने इवन वॉशरूम कैसे यूज़ करना है, वो भी हमें करना पड़ता है फॉर द नर्सरी स्टूडेंट्स, बिकॉज दे आर टू यंग टू यूज़ द फ्लश। मैं इसे अपना ड्यूटी समझती हूँ, बिकॉज दे आर एम्बेसडर्स जो जाकर अपने फैमिलीज़ में ये हमारा जो भी हमारा एक मैसेज है अपने पेरेंट्स को देते हैं, अपने बड़े भाई बहनों को देते हैं। तो इसलिए हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बहुत बढ़ जाती है, और करिकुलम में इंक्लूड किया गया है बिकॉज एक तो सब कुछ इन्हें प्रोवाइड किया गया है इन द वॉशरूम्स। द हैंड वॉश आर देयर, देन टॉवल्स आर देयर, देन दैट ड्राइंग मशीन इज़ देयर, हैंड ड्रायर इज़ देयर, ताकि जो ये सीख कर जाएँ इस मैसेज को अपने घर तक लेके जाए। और ये जो हाइजीन लेकर हम चल रहे हैं, हाइजीन प्रोजेक्ट दैट बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया, बिकॉज हाइजीन इज़ द प्रैक्टिस। और मुझे लगता है ये हैबिट इनके लिए, इनकी हैबिट बन जाना इज़ वेरी नेसेसरी। एंड थैंक यू, जब आप इस चीज़ को ब्रांड करेंगे, आप इस चीज़ को मैसेज बच्चों को देंगे, तो दे आर डेफिनेटली ये मैसेज इनके घर तक पहुंचेगा और हाइजीन इनकी हैबिट में आ जाएगा। इट विल बी देयर इन देयर प्रैक्टिस।
सबसे अच्छी खुशी की बात यह है कि पैनल में सिर्फ महिलाएं हैं और रिप्रेजेंटेशन बहुत अच्छी जा रही है यहाँ पर। इनफैक्ट ऑडियंस में भी जितने स्टूडेंट्स हैं, ज़्यादा लड़कियाँ हैं। सो देखकर मुझे बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है। मैं एक ऑल बॉय स्कूल से हूँ, तो मुझे और अच्छा लग रहा है।
आई हैव मोर देन 540 गर्ल्स इन माई स्कूल।
यू नो, बच्चे जो यहाँ पे सीखते हैं वो अपने घर ले जाते हैं, अपने कम्युनिटीज़, बिकॉज दैट इज़ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। वो लिंक बहुत ज़रूरी है। और पिछले 10 सालों से जो हमारा डिटॉल बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया कैंपेन है, पहल यही रही है कि हम बच्चों को भी स्टार्ट देम यंग। तो अब करिकुलम की बात मैं आयुष्मान कोमल से इनफैक्ट पूछना चाहती हूँ। अंजू जी, आप करिकुलम की जो बात कर रहे हैं, इस वर्ल्ड पे आजकल इतनी सोशल मीडिया, एज अ मदर आई फेस इट, सोशल मीडिया है, बच्चे रील्स देखते हैं या टीवी है, सो मच डिस्ट्रैक्शन। आप करिकुलम को कैसे इंगेज्ड रखते कि बच्चे उसमें इंगेज रहे? हाउ डू यू मेक इट इंटरेस्टिंग बच्चों के लिए?
थैंक यू अंबिका, अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन। बिकॉज वी स्टार्टेड 10 years बैक. वो बच्चा जो कि 10 साल पहले हाइजीन करिकुलम पढ़ चुका है, वो आज kind of graduate हो चुका है. You know, that बच्चा is now not a बच्चा anymore. He's become, or he or she has become into an adolescent. तो वो जो मैसेज है जो हम 10 साल से बच्चों में इंस्टिल करना चाहते हैं, वो आज बच्चे बाहर लेके जा रहे हैं. वो बच्चे जो कि आप सोशल मीडिया चलाना जानते हैं, क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया पहले नहीं था, पहले वो करिकुलम था और करिकुलम ही सब कुछ था. हम उस एरा से हैं, मैं, आयुष्मान, आप और मैम, जो बुक्स पे, मतलब बुक्स हमारे लिए सब कुछ होती थी. अब धीरे धीरे इंटरनेट आ गया है, करिकुलम ने उस हिसाब से इवॉल्व किया है. आज हम यहाँ पे, हम कुछ दिन पहले से भी बात कर रहे थे, हमने गेम्स बनाए हैं, हमने वो मैसेजेस बनाए हैं. एंड करिकुलम सिर्फ एक करिकुलम नहीं रह गया है, उसकी डिजिटाइजेशन, हमने वो फिज़िकल एक हाइजीन प्ले पार्क बनाया है जो कि आरागोंडा में है, जो कि गोरखपुर में है. अभी नेक्स्ट हम वो उत्तराखंड में बनाने वाले हैं. वो हाइजीन प्ले पार्क का काम ही यही है कि जो हम थ्योरी में पढ़ रहे हैं या जो हम स्कूल में पढ़ रहे हैं, वो सिर्फ स्कूल की लिमिटेशन तक नहीं रहे, वो प्रैक्टिकली बच्चे कर पाए. हम इतना मैसेज करते हैं कि हम बाहर क्या लेके जा रहे हैं. पर्सनल हाइजीन, हाइजीन एट इलनेस, हाइजीन एट नेबरहुड, हाइजीन एट कम्युनिटी. सो आई थिंक as the time has evolved, curriculum has also evolved. वो एक बुक पहले वीडियोस बनी, 35 वीडियोस बनी, 35 चैप्टर्स है करिकुलम के, वो 35 वीडियो बने, फिर वो 35 वीडियो एक गेम बना, फिर वो एक गेम, अब हम एक चैटबॉट बनाने वाले हैं. फिर वो चैटबॉट सिर्फ हमारे डिवाइसेस तक नहीं रहा, वो आगे प्ले पार्क की तरह बन के आया. तो आई थिंक इवॉल्व करते जा रहे हैं. और हमारे जो ग्रेजुएटेड स्टूडेंट हैं, मैं उनको बोलूँगी ग्रेजुएटेड स्टूडेंट इन हाइजीन करिकुलम, वो अपना मैसेज साथ में लेते जा रहे हैं. वो हम एक थ्योरी पे बिलीव करते हैं दैट इफ़ वी हैव टच्ड वन लाइफ, दैट मीन्स वी आर टचिंग इनटू 3 lives, right? 3x. So I think वो आगे continued है.
और वही बच्चे जो I think graduate हो गए हैं, they are the youth ambassadors who are taking this message forward. क्योंकि जो हम बात कर रहे हैं through the beginning, शुरू से जो हम बात कर रहे हैं कि हर चीज़ is connected, whether it's the climate change को health से कैसे हो, पानी नहीं होगा तो हम हाथ कैसे धोएंगे. I think that connect is very important और ये बच्चे जो आगे ये लेके जाएंगे वो बहुत ज़रूरी है.
अंजू मैम ने जैसे बोला कि इनके पेरेंट्स जो हैं वो probably 99% illiterate हैं, underprivileged बैकग्राउंड से हैं, तो इनके पास 2 तरीके हैं अवेयर करने के. प्रीवियस जनरेशन को भी अवेयर करना है और आने वाली जनरेशन को भी अवेयर करना है. ज़्यादा रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है इनके पास.
दैट्स व्हाई ये सेड कि हमारी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी डबल है, क्योंकि हम और वेरी फ्रीक्वेंटली वी ऑर्गेनाइज PTMs. अभी पीछे हमने एक ऑर्गेनाइज किया था मीटअप विद देयर मदर्स एंड एल्डर सिस्टर्स, जिसमें हमने मेन मेंस्ट्रुएशन हाइजीन पे बात की थी. सो ताकि अभी से इनको उस चीज़ के बारे में पता चल जाए कि कैसे इन्हें हाइजीनिकली आगे इस चीज़ को हैंडल करना है. सेम थिंग.
आप अपने माँ बाप को सिखाते हो कुछ?
ओह वाओ, क्लियरली.
ये देखो
क्या सिखाते हो?
कोई एक बताओ जो आप यहाँ से सीख कर जाते हो, जो भी मैम ने बताया. तो आप कोई एक चीज़ बी प्रिसाइज कि आपने क्या बताया जाकर.
सर, मैं जो भी जैसे स्कूल में मुझे प्रिंसिपल मैम बताती हैं या मेरी मैम किसी चीज़ के बारे में इंफॉर्मेशन देती हैं, तो वो मैं घर पे जाकर अपने पेरेंट्स को और मेरी जो एक छोटी सी बहन है मैं उसे भी बता देती हूँ, चाहे उसे समझ आए ही ना. फिर भी
लवली.
आपकी छोटी बहन कितने साल की है?
सर 5 years.
Very good. I think we should all give her a round of applause क्योंकि वो 5 साल की लड़की के लिए she's teaching her younger sister.
आप क्या बोलना चाहती हैं बताइए.
सर, जो मेरे स्कूल में जो प्रिंसिपल मैम चाहे मेरी मैम जो सफाई के बारे में बताती हैं, और मेरे माँ बाप जैसे कोई लोग होते हैं ना, खाना बनाते हैं, आटा गूंथते हैं, तो वो लोग गंदे हाथ से ही गूंथते हैं, वो लोग मैम हमें वो लोग सिखाती हैं, वो हम अपने पेरेंट्स को जाके बताते हैं कि मम्मी ऐसे करो, और वो क्या कहते हैं सफाई के, मम्मी हैंड वॉश करके ही आटा गूंधा करो और सब्जी हैंड वॉश काट के ही करा करो मैम मम्मी, और हम लोग को खाना भी हैंड वॉश करके ही दिया करो.
मम्मा गुस्सा तो नहीं करती?
मम्मा सुनती है, मैं भी वही पूछने वाली थी.
गुस्सा तो नहीं करती ना मम्मी कि क्यों टोक रहे हो? गुड,
वेरी गुड.
हेलो मैम. हेलो सर, मेरा नाम आस्था पवार है. तो जो चीज़ें हमें स्कूल में बताई जाती है, वाटर सेविंग, एनर्जी सेविंग, वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट और इन्वायरमेंट के बारे में जो बताया जाता है, वो हम अपने घर में जाके बताते हैं कि एनर्जी सेविंग करनी है, और जो सोलर पैनल है उनका यूज़ करना है. जो वाटर टैप है, तो हमारे स्कूल में पुश वाले वाटर लगे हैं, जिनसे मतलब जो वाटर है वो वेस्ट नहीं होता है, मतलब उसकी सेविंग होती है ना. आज तक ऐसा होता है बच्चे ना कई बार ना नल खुला करके छोड़ जाते थे, वो पानी गिरता रहता था, तो उससे मतलब अब जो पुश वाले नल हैं उससे तब वाटर सेविंग होती है। और जो वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट था हमारे स्कूल में, तो बच्चे कैसे होते हैं कि सारा कूड़ा इकट्ठा एक साथ रख देते थे, जिसे जानवर बंदर वगैरह आते थे तो उस प्लास्टिक को भी खा जाते थे। तो हमारे स्कूल में होता है कि जो गीला कूड़ा है उसे अलग रखा जाता है, सूखा कूड़ा अलग रखा जाता है, और जो प्लास्टिक होती है वो इको ब्रिक बनाई जाती है, जिसे हम अपने घर में भी करते हैं और अपने मम्मी पापा तक को बताते हैं, और वो ये चीज़ें करते हैं और अपने आसपास वालों को भी बताते हैं। थैंक यू सर।
बिग राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर ऑल द चिल्ड्रन। कोमल, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी, रवि हमें बता रहे थे हाइजिया गेम के बारे, कॉमिक्स के थ्रू हम बच्चों को सिखाते हैं, जैसे उन्होंने कहा हम इंटरेस्टिंग एप्स बनाना चाहते हैं, तो थोड़ा सा हम टेस्ट कर लेते हैं आयुष्मान की गेमिंग। He said he's a gamer. So
I
now,
used to be, not anymore.
Okay, so she's going to test you on the Hygiene
Ayushman,
game.
this is a very simple game though, but very interesting. तो हमने ये last year I think हमने बनाया था हाइजिया, and इसमें so we'll start playing. Resume. So if you can see, ये एक सिनेरियो है, यहाँ पे बच्चा है जो और सारे के सारे जर्म्स इसके पास आ रहे हैं, इसको अटैक आपने मारा। सो दिस इज लेवल 1, वेरी सिंपल बच्चों के लिए। इससे आप बच्चे को इधर उधर कर सकते हैं। यू कैन मूव द किड इन द डायरेक्शन दैट यू वांट, एंड ये दिस इज द डेटॉल शील्ड। सो इफ द जर्म विल कम क्लोजर, जस्ट क्लिक ऑन दिस, yes, and yes. So as the level will increase, the speed of germs is going to increase, and you can move the kid. Yes. And that's how exactly that's the challenge.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, and there are various levels. So this is the bomb. You have to, oh no, you have to
Destroy the bomb.
Destroy the bomb. Come here, at this side. Yeah, so this is the power up. You
I
did
think
that.
आप शो कंटिन्यू करो, मैं ये खेलता हूँ।
Just before we wrap, अंजू जी जाते जाते अगर हमें बता सके, क्या आपने बिहेवियर में आयुष्मान जो we've all seen post कोविड, क्या आपने वो चेंज देखा है? बेसिक लेसन जो होता है, क्या वो टफर हो गया है?
इट्स वेरी सरप्राइजिंग। मैं अभी बैठे यही सोच रही थी कि 10 साल पहले तक हमें वो स्वच्छता, हाइजीन वर्ड हम लोग नहीं यूज़ करते थे। वी सेल्डम यूज़ दैट वर्ड। 2014 में जब स्वच्छता अभियान हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने शुरू किया, उसके बाद से स्वच्छता शब्द इतना ज़्यादा डिक्शनरी में आ गया, और हमारे स्कूल में और छोटे छोटे बच्चे भी ये वर्ड यूज़ करने लग गए, स्वच्छता। और तभी से शायद उससे पहले तक, वेरी फ्रैंकली स्पीकिंग, उससे पहले तक स्कूल्स में वॉश बेसिन पर हैंड वॉश नहीं दिए जाते थे, सोप रखना, ये चीज़ें कोई मैंडेटरी नहीं थी। आफ्टर दैट इन 2016 व्हेन आई जॉइन सम स्कूल एज अ प्रिंसिपल, तो वहाँ जाके मुझे याद है मैंने फर्स्ट टाइम हैंड वॉश लगवाए, हैंड वॉश दैट
स्टेशंस,
हाँ, हैंड वॉश स्टेशन बनवाए वहाँ पर, और ये चीज़ें प्रैक्टिस में स्टार्ट करवाई। और मुझे एक इंसिडेंट याद है कि आई वॉज वॉकिंग बाय, तो एक नर्सरी का बच्चा दूसरे बच्चे को हैंड वॉश सिखा रहा था, नर्सरी चाइल्ड, जस्ट 4 year old ही मस्ट बी, उसको ये बता रहा था कि देखो ऐसे हाथ धोते हैं। तो मुझे वही लगा कि दिस इज़ व्हाट वी कॉल बिहेवियर चेंज, और यही चेंज हम चाहते हैं। हैंड वॉश इज़ इन देयर हैबिट। तो जब भी मिड डे मील आता है हमारे स्कूल में, मिड डे मील बच्चों को मिलता है, तो बिफोर दैट वी मेक क्लास टीचर मेक इट श्योर कि सब बच्चे हैंड वॉश हो, या इनके पास सैनिटाइजर, दे कीप सैनिटाइजर बॉटल विद देम।
Thank you so much, Anju ji. Thank you, Komal. And well, that was fun. We are slipping into a short break. We will be back with a lot more on this Independence Day special. So stay tuned.
साफ तन तो साफ मन, साफ है जो तन जो मन, बढ़ता जाएगा वतन।
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihoods.
Did you know that any art form, dance, music, painting, sculpture, is a form of unspoken communication and therefore a very effective tool for learning? Of course, it is also a visual or musical representation of the lesson you are trying to teach.
Well, over the past decade, art has been instrumental in creating behavioral nudges, exemplified by the NDTV Detol Banega Swasth India campaign. Music in particular holds the power to connect with people and deliver impactful social messages. Here's a look at how Detol has harnessed the power of music to drive societal change through art.
தமிழ்நாடுங்க அத நலமா வாழ்வதற்கு வழி செய்யுங்க
रवि, गाना बहुत दिलचस्प है, बहुत कैची है और अलग अलग भाषाओं में इसको सुनना देखना बहुत ही दिलचस्प है। तो ये जो आप ग्रास रूट लेवल तक पहुँचे हैं अलग अलग भाषाओं के ज़रिए, तो ये क्या इफेक्टिव तरीका रहा है वहाँ तक पहुँचने का?
मुझे लगता है गाना हर जगह पे है, अलग अलग फॉर्म्स में, अलग अलग फॉर्मेट्स में है, अलग अलग आर्टिस्ट हैं। कोई बहुत पॉपुलर है, कोई बॉलीवुड चार्ट्स पे नंबर 1 है, कोई रीजनल चार्ट्स पे नंबर 1 है। तो हमें लगा क्यों नहीं हम कल्चरली अडेप्टिव सॉन्ग्स कंपाइल करें। और ये सारी मेरी ये जो शुरुआत है ये हुआ, मैं राजस्थान में बाड़मेर में अपनी मोटर बाइक पे टूर कर रहा था।
वाह।
तो मुझे रईस खान जी मिले एक छोटे से गांव में।
रोटी तो आप है।
और वो सब लोग प्रैक्टिस कर रहे थे, तो गर्मियों के दिन थे, मई जून के। मैंने पानी बोला कि मुझे पानी वानी पीना है, पहले बोलते बैठिए। उन्होंने बताया मैं रईस खान हूँ। मैंने कहा बहुत अच्छी बात है। उन्होंने अपने टूर्स मुझे दिखाए, कह रहे देखिए मैं गाना भी गाता हूँ। वो ना एक माउथ ऑर्गन होता है इंस्ट्रूमेंट, वो सब लोग बजा रहे थे। तो मैंने कहा कि अच्छा आप कहाँ पे गाते हैं? बोलते मैंने स्वीडन में गाया है, मैंने नॉर्वे में भी गाया है, मैंने काइट फेस्टिवल में भी गाया है, मैंने ढोलावेरा में भी गाया है। तो मैंने कहा तो अच्छा आप यहाँ पे ही रहते हैं? बोलते हाँ। तो मैंने कहा कि मैं गाना सुन सकता हूँ? तो उन्होंने फिर स्पॉटिफाई पे मुझे अपने गाने सुनाए।
वाह।
तो मैंने वो गाने सुने फर्स्ट टाइम, और उसके बाद में मैं 3 मंथ्स में उनको डिटॉल बनेगा स्वस्थ इंडिया प्रोग्राम पे फॉर्मली लेके आया। उन्होंने लंगे जो होते हैं, राजस्थान में एक फोक आर्ट है, लंगों में उन्होंने हाइजीन एट होम, हाइजीन इन नेबरहुड, पर्सनल हाइजीन, हाइजीन ड्यूरिंग इलनेस के ऊपर उन्होंने सॉन्ग्स बनाए। और उस टाइम पे राजस्थान में डॉक्टर BD कल्ला वॉज अ एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर। सो ही सेड दिस इज अ फैबुलस वे ऑफ जुगलबंदी। तो ये सारे सॉन्ग सारे स्कूल्स में होने चाहिए, आदर्श विद्यालय में, उत्कर्ष विद्यालय में, गवर्नमेंट एडेड स्कूल्स में, प्राइम मिनिस्टर स्कूल्स में, सब जगह पे। तो हमने वो सॉन्ग्स पहले लॉन्च किए और उसका इतना मैसिव रिस्पॉन्स आया बच्चों से। और जब मैं स्पॉटिफाई पे भी जब वो गाने सुनता हूँ अभी भी मुझे लगता है और सब कुछ बिल्कुल फ्रेश है। उसके बाद में सेकेंड एक अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला, घूमते घूमते राजस्थान से हम लोग जा रहे थे, वी रीच टू तमिलनाडु। तो वहाँ पे जेम्स वसंतन जो है, ही वॉज ट्राइंग एंड टेस्टिंग समथिंग विद द वेरी यंग किड्स, आउट ऑफ स्कूल किड्स। तो हमने बोला आप किसी ने मुझे मिलवाया उनसे शाम को, बोला कि आओ इनका प्रोजेक्ट दिखाते हैं आपको। And the kids were actually performing, and most of the kids were out of school kids with the last quintile, super poor. तो मैंने बोला तो फिर अच्छा तो आप सॉन्ग करते, बताया मैं इतना बड़ा डायरेक्टर हूँ वगैरह वगैरह। उन्होंने बोला कि देखो रवि, मैं कमर्शियल करता हूँ और बच्चों को मेंटर करता हूँ और सॉन्ग सिखाता हूँ मैं, ताकि इनका फ्यूचर बन सके। मैंने कहा फिर आपके पास तो पूरे तमिलनाडु के बच्चों का फ्यूचर भी है और पौंडीचेरी के भी, तो विल यू डू 5 songs विद मी? उन्होंने बोला हाँ, लेकिन एक कंडीशन है, सारे आउट ऑफ स्कूल किड्स रहेंगे उसमें जिनको मैं सिखा रहा हूँ, एंड दे विल परफॉर्म। आई सेड perfectly well, we will take all the kids. We launched it with the Deputy Chief Minister and the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu and the Education Minister. Again, kuch songs to super duper hit hai, and the album is again on Spotify.
That's
Thank
great.
you so much.
And since we are talking about the crucial role art and music play in behavior change, particularly in health and environmental education for children, joining us is Samar Singh Jodha, founder Red Balloon. He's an artist who's been working on marginalization and conflict issues across Asia, Africa, and Middle East. Thank you so much, Samar, for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So, Samar, I wanted to ask you, Red Balloon, tell us about that. It shows how art empowers children, and you're specifically working with children in the age group of 13 to 23. That age is again very, very crucial. Tell us about the work which you all do.
Yeah, so, it's not any rocket science, but the way this entire platform works is it's a mentorship program. So when we talk about leadership, conventional leadership thing is every kid wants to have a certificate after a month or whatever time the child has put in. We are not really talking about that kind of a program. This is going through, basically we use visual arts and performance arts as a tool. So you're not going to master a puppeteer, or you're not going to become a filmmaker, but you use these tools through experts, which we put together, and the narrative actually comes from the kids. So we worked in in some place in Chhatarpur with a community where the challenge was sanitation and addiction. Now, how do you put that across? So they came up with that. We worked with about 20-odd kids, and these kids basically, they developed, a song and dance. They developed, some other engagement poster campaign, and we got a puppeteer who basically brought in all the recycled plastic. and they made puppets out of it. They wrote the story with it. And then they went back to the community. They did a door-to-door campaign. And then within the community, they presented something which otherwise, like earlier I was listening to kids, that when you talk to your parents, जो कहते हैं कि यार तुम्हें क्या पता है, तुम तो अभी पैदा हुए हो. But art is something which is a very softer platform, and you know better that how it can engage because it's a non-judgmental space, and it really helps you to open up. And so it didn't end there. These kids actually took this to other schools, and they became their local heroes, and so that's the change maker. That's the leadership we talk about.
Yeah, that's the impact, the strong impact.
Art is something which is not age specific. I think somebody who's like 10-year-old or 11-year-old can be like more artistic than somebody who's like 30, for example. Right. So I think it's beautiful that, but you're specifically targeting 13 to 23.
That's right. That's right. You're so right about it. I think the biggest problem with young people really face, old people do like me also, but at a young age is this whole judgmental space. Yeah. And creativity is a non-judgmental space because it's so free-flowing that you can have 10 different views on that same music. And you can still, get away with it. It's not mathematics. It's not your left brain. Yeah. It's a very free-flowing space,
So now you've heard the Banega Swasth India albums. Now we are finally going to listen to the Banega Swasth India anthem. But before we see the creation, we have to meet the creators.
Yes, and that's why we are joined by Kausar Munir, someone who is known for writing deep emotional songs. She's the one who has written the anthem. Also joining us is Javed Ali, the soulful voice behind this anthem. Kausar, thank you so much for joining us. When you heard the brief, what was that one thing that inspired you to write this? Tell us about that, please.
So before the brief, I'd like to talk about the fact that I was very happy to be attached with these two very valuable and prestigious brands, which is NDTV and Dettol, not just for the kind of name that they have, but the work that they do, the values that they stand for. And of course, the brief was fairly simple, but वही simple चीजें जो होती हैं वही जाके बड़ी क्या कहते हैं धारणाएं बनती हैं, campaigns बनते हैं, and to keep yourself clean, to have basic hygiene, to keep your hands clean. Brief was pretty simple that you have to spread the message that when you start keeping yourself healthy and clean is when the whole community and perhaps the nation itself prospers. So,
Javed ji, you also sung the campaign anthem last season. In fact, all your songs have that special touch. But when there's something particular, मुझे लगता है बच्चों के लिए आप कुछ special करते हैं हमेशा. There's an extra element which goes into your singing.
Actually, जो भी गाना हम गाते हैं, जो भी कैरेक्टर होता है तो अकॉर्डिंग टू द कैरेक्टर हमको अपने आप को उस सिचुएशन में मोल्ड करना होता है. लेकिन जब बात आती है बच्चों की, तो आपको ना बच्चा बनना पड़ता है, नटखट बनना पड़ता है, नॉटी बनना पड़ता है. और आप इमेजिन कीजिए बच्चे जब है ना शरारत करते हैं तो किस तरह से करते हैं, तो वो सारी चीज़ें आपको अपने गाने में, अपने एक्सप्रेशंस में लानी पड़ती हैं. तो मैं वही करता हूँ, और जो भी गाना जिस सिचुएशन का हो उस सिचुएशन के अकॉर्डिंग आपको ढलना पड़ता है. तो मैं अगर बच्चों की बात आती है तो मैं नटखट बन जाता हूँ, शरारती, थोड़ा नॉटी बन जाता हूँ.
समर, हम यहाँ बच्चों से बात कर रहे हैं. Of course, we have Kausar ji and Javed ji on with us, and we're going to be going back to them. You work very closely with children. तो initiatives के बारे में बताइए, like you told us about छतरपुर. किस तरह, जैसे हमने बात की कि art has an impact, जो visual impact है, उसके बारे में हमें बताइए कि खासकर ये age उनके development पर किस तरह असर डालता है. Awareness हो cultural पे, health पे, environmental issues पे, किस तरह उनके overall well-being पर contribute करता है.
I think सबसे बड़ी चीज़ है बच्चों के लिए, खास करके with so much of digital noise, इतनी सारी हर तरह की आवाज़, हर तरह का judgment. तो I think the biggest thing which really comes with art is confidence, because the whole judgmental space can take a walk. And I think that really helps them in, making any statement. It's not like, you do a theater piece and, अरे मैंने अच्छी acting नहीं की. पर दूसरों ने कहा कि हाँ नहीं बड़ी अच्छी की, तो that's done with. So it's really your inner voice. And जैसा आपने कहा, everybody's born an artist. It's just that we send them to education system and they start punching in all the chemistry and math in your left side to activate it. But it doesn't mean that it's gone to sleep. The right brain is still there. But it's just a matter of, and I feel very strongly that, children can be actually that change maker if we give them the tools, whether it's a creative space or whether a platform where they can actually go and amplify whatever issue they believe in. And again, it comes back to there's nobody judging them. So they can, that I worked with 20 girls out of Mumbai. They were dealing with traffickers. And it's such a raw issue. But they could create something to a level where they could take it back to the community and amplify it there, So,
that's amazing. तो आर्ट चाहे वो डांस हो, म्यूजिक हो या पेंटिंग, हमें बेहतर और हेल्दियर हैबिट्स कैसे डेवलप करती हैं? हम में से बहुत लोग म्यूजिक के साथ चीज़ों से जुड़े हैं और उन्हें याद रख पाते हैं.
बिल्कुल, और जो म्यूजिक है, किसी भी तरह की कला है, बट खास तौर से म्यूजिक, क्योंकि वो तो एक साइकोलॉजिकली भी प्रूवन है कि वो दिमाग में रह जाता है. इट काइंड ऑफ रिवायर्स योर ब्रेन एंड देन इट बिकम्स पार्ट ऑफ योर memory, hard disk. It's wonderful that NDTV and Dettol decided to make an anthem for this campaign, so that even though, it may sound really simple, कि हाथ धो, wash your hands, stay clean. But if you really strip it down, it's such a simple but powerful message. If in our hands and in our person and in our thoughts and in our deeds we are clean, it kind of, that does it. So to be able to put that into a song, to put that into an anthem, was fun, but it was also hard, क्योंकि जितनी सरल चीज होती है उतनी मुश्किल होती है. It's easier to do big difficult winding things, but to be like I am being right now, but to be precise and to be kind of convey something within the parameters of a song, of a lyric, it's hard. And I'm so glad all of us together have done I think a fair job.
तो मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ जावेद, संगीत को एक थेरेपी माना जाता है, लेकिन ये एक बहुत अच्छा लर्निंग टूल भी है. हम इसे कैसे बच्चों की हेल्थ, हाइजीन और मेंटल वेलबींग के साथ जोड़ सकते हैं?
देखिए, ये बात बिल्कुल सही है कि जो म्यूज़िक है उससे बड़ी थेरेपी कोई भी नहीं है. अगर हम हमारे बच्चों को म्यूज़िक थेरेपी दें, जैसे कि फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल एक गाना, एक पोएम है, या एक कोई भी चीज़, आप कोई वाक्य ले लें. फॉर एग्ज़ाम्पल एक गाना बहुत ही पॉपुलर है, लकड़ी की काठी काठी पे घोड़ा, घोड़े की दुम पे जो मारा हथौड़ा, दौड़ा 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 दुम उठा के दौड़ा. अब म्यूज़िक निकाल दीजिए इससे, तो आप जल्दी लर्न नहीं कर पाएंगे. लकड़ी की काठी काठी पे घोड़ा, घोड़े की, तो क्या वो एक राइम बना रहता है, लकड़ी की काठी काठी पे घोड़ा. तो इस तरह से अगर हम म्यूज़िक के ज़रिए बच्चों को चीज़ें सिखाएं तो उनका लर्निंग स्किल बेहतर होगा, उनका ब्रेन डेवलप होगा. और ऑफकोर्स जो म्यूज़िक का जो एक सोल है, उनका सोल भी मुझे लगता है, क्योंकि म्यूज़िक एक ऐसी चीज़ है कि जिससे आपका दिमाग बहुत शांत रहता है, आप मेंटली बहुत पीसफुल महसूस करते हो. तो जब इस तरह से बच्चों की शुरुआत की जाएगी तो मुझे लगता है बच्चों के लिए बहुत बहुत फ़ायदेमंद है.
Kausar, you've received a lot of recognition for your work in the hectic schedule of the film industry. How do you balance creativity with your well-being? In fact, how do you balance self-care while managing the demands of your career? Because we have been talking about self-care, which is an integral part of everyone, but especially for women, because very often women kind of forget themselves. So Kausar, that's for you especially, I wanted to know.
I mean, it may sound like a cliche, but you're absolutely right. Women, whether it's in their homes or in their workspaces, they tend to be the first respondents, as you were, caregivers. And even if we're not talking about disease or illness, just kind of you kind of respond to a situation with a feeling of trying to take care of others and trying to keep things equanimous. तो जाहिर है कि उसमें क्या होता है, you kind of lose some sort of a grip or handle on how you're doing and how you're keeping. So I feel it has to be a practice. Any good habit has to be a practice. One has to get out of the mindset of that, taking care of yourself is selfish or self-centered. It is really, really important, and it's also important if you want to take care of people around you. I remember मेरी दादी वो कहती थी कि खुद का ख्याल रखना social service, and I feel it makes a lot of sense, because if you are kind of healthy and happy and strong, you'll be able to bring that energy and those resources to people you love and the community at large.
कौसर, आपके साथ मैंने काफ़ी फिल्में की हैं, स्पेशली मेरी प्यारी बिंदु, आपने बहुत अच्छे गाने उसके लिखे हैं, एंड आई एम रियली रियली प्राउड ऑफ यू जो आप कर रही हैं अभी. एंड जावेद, वी हैव अ रिक्वेस्ट फॉर यू. इन फैक्ट, इफ यू कुड शेयर अ स्निपेट ऑफ द एंथम और सिंग अ फ्यू लाइंस फॉर ऑल द लवली चिल्ड्रन सिटिंग हियर.
ज़रूर ज़रूर. साफ हाथ साफ तन, साफ तन तो साफ मन, साफ है जो तन जो मन, बढ़ता जाएगा वतन. साफ हाथ साफ तन तो साफ मन, साफ है जो तन जो मन, बढ़ता जाएगा वतन. चलते रहे करते रहे हम वतन की राह पूरी, चलते रहे करते रहे हम वतन की राह पूरी.
Well, thank you so much, Kausar ji and Javed ji, for joining us. Banega Swasth India campaign anthem, Badhte Rehna Hai Zaruri, emphasizes the importance of cleanliness for personal and national progress. Clean hands lead to a clean body and mind, fostering a flourishing nation. It encourages overcoming challenges by staying clean and shedding worries, leading to unity and the arrival of a golden era, Amrit Kal. The core message is to keep moving forward and continuously work towards the nation's betterment.
साफ हाथ साफ तन, साफ तन तो साफ मन, साफ है जो तन जो मन, बढ़ता जाएगा वतन. साफ हाथ साफ तन तो साफ मन, साफ है जो तन जो मन, बढ़ता जाएगा वतन. चलते रहे करते रहे हम वतन की राह पूरी, चलते रहे बढ़ते रहना है जरूरी. साफ हाथ साफ तन तो साफ मन,
Well, that was an anthem, really fantastic music. You can download this music from the Banega Swasth India website. The URL is on your screen. Please go ahead and download this.
Well, Ayushman, I don't know if I can, but I would like to ask you if you could hum some song, some words, or a few lines, or a song. I think बच्चे आप सुनना चाहते हैं आयुष्मान जी को. आप मुझे मना कर सकते, बच्चों को नहीं.
एक मेरा नया गाना आया, इसका नाम है रह जा मेरे कोल. It goes like साडी सावां दी सौ ठंडियां छावां दी सौ सवेर दी कॉफी दी सौ रोज दी माफी दी सौ पहली बारिश दी सौ मेरी गुजारिश दी सौ रह जा मेरे कोल रह जा मेरे कोल तू रुक दे नी हंजू रह जा मेरे कोल तू रुक दे नी हंजू. Thank you so much.
Wow. Well, clearly you can see the joy, and in fact, we've loved the music. Thank you so much for doing that for us.
Thank you.
Well, as we wrap the first decade of one of India's longest-running public health campaigns, we have something exciting lined up in season 11. We are introducing the Hygiene Innovation Challenge, which is open to the young minds from the age of 15 to 25. So, well, this is your chance to join Banega Swasth India and be a part of the change. This will be a competition that seeks to identify and reward groundbreaking innovations in health and hygiene to discover and support solutions that can be scaled and are sustainable, raise awareness, and to foster collaborations between innovators, experts, and organizations. The details of this innovative challenge will be on our website very soon, so please stay tuned. Well, I think before we move any further, a quick thing about the innovation, Ravi. What were the thoughts behind this challenge as we move on to season 11 on October 2nd?
So, hygiene is a basic foundation for health, and innovation is super important. So, as a basic foundation for health, it's important, like we invest significantly behind this. And it's also a very interesting self-care tool. So, more the reason to invest, and more to get the like-minded people, innovators, UN agencies, civil societies, kids, parents, new moms, old moms, artists, everyone together, so that we make India swasth and sampann. Thank you.
Ravi, your relentlessness and excitement is very, very contagious. It's amazing. And last 10 years of Banega Swasth India has been a learning experience.
And as we look into the future and think of the challenges ahead, like climate, we realize how much we need to continue the focus on hygiene and hand wash. How we need to ensure that we stop infections and diseases right at the cusp. Over the last 10 years, together with you, our viewers, our stakeholders, the government, and all our partners, we have achieved a lot, but there's still a long way to go. And we're ready and excited to move with many more initiatives and innovations planned. Thank you so much for being a part of our passion and commitment.
Get the magic of the best working for you now.
Link your payment cards once, collect rewards forever.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future,
if there's one thing that can define the times that we live in, especially the way we have redefined our financial independence, it is definitely how cashless we have become. You know, walk into any store without cash, just one card and you're done. We rely so much on online payments now that the transaction volumes through this mode have touched a record high of 9.41 billion transactions. So what is really working for the card industry? That is what we will try and understand today. Joining me is a special panel of guests. Remember, there is this whole debate around digital payments. Credit and debit cards still remain dominant even as the preferred payment method in many countries. So what are the offerings such as, travel miles, cashback, rewards, in many ways safety from cybercrime, foreign exchange rates and high limits on spending? Are these the factors driving the card usage? That's what we will try and understand today. Joining me is Sanjeev Moge, who is the President and Head of Cards and Payments, Axis Bank. We have Gautam Agarwal, who is the Division President, South Asia at MasterCard. We have Anushka Rathod, who is the content creator, and also Ajay Soni, who is former IT Secretary. Thank you all of you for joining me on this broadcast. Starting with you, Mr. Agarwal, with so many financial instruments available to consumers today, what do you think are the key benefits of using cards?
Firstly, Vasudha, thank you for having me on the show. When I think of benefits of the cards, the first and foremost goes without saying is the access to credit. The fact that you have the ability to pay for something without having to take out cash is really helpful. And the fact that you have 30 days or 20 days to pay off that money, to your bank is really great. Now, if you really think about what really cards have to offer, they offer unmatched convenience, flexibility, and benefits to consumers, and of course, merchants and the issuer themselves. Now, as a consumer, the fact that I'm using my card to pay, I have options. I can convert my purchase into an EMI. I can actually decide to pay over a 6, 9, 12-month period. So that gives me the ability to actually manage my spend much better. Also, many cards come with reward benefits. The fact that when I pay, I actually get reward points. Those reward points can be used to either get cash back or to get discounts for travel or shopping. And in some cases, free lunches, if you will. Then the other advantage of cards is around safety. This is something that people don't talk a whole lot about, safety and security. What people don't know, on a credit card transaction, if you have a fraudulent transaction, if you misplace your card, if you steal your card, you can actually call your bank and tell them that has happened. And your purchase against that card will be protected. So if you make a claim that something has been a fraudulent transaction, you are not liable to pay for that transaction. It's called zero liability. And in some cases, depending on which bank has issued your card, you actually have a lot more protection. You have something called purchase protection, you have insurance protection on your card. So if you buy something and it gets stolen or broken, you can actually claim an insurance claim against that. And that is a benefit that only credit cards have to offer. And then, of course, all of us are probably aware of lounges. We all travel a lot, and we see in many of the lounges across all the cities, if you flash your MasterCard card, you're able to enter into any of these lounges for nothing. That's, again, a benefit that cards have to offer. And then, of course, something that I have learned in my time in India, aspiration to get a credit card is a big deal, right? People aspire to get a credit card. Today, a lot of people don't have access to a credit card. That's the other thing. It gives you that sense of comfort when you need money in the emergency or for a medical emergency or whatever. You actually have that access to that card. What we've seen in India in the last 3 years, the amount in the last 2 years, the amount of spend on cards has gone up, right? It was under about 6 lakh crores until recently. And we are seeing that number be close to 19 lakh crores in the last 2.5 years. So that shows how much advantage cards have in the fact that people are really taking use of.
Absolutely. Gautam, in fact, let me tell you that, going to the airport lounge has elevated the experience of so many families, especially those traveling with children. But let me also request you to elaborate on this one thing that you touched upon. One of the biggest concerns of card holders is also around safety. And this concern seems to be only increasing by the day because, we keep hearing of cyber crimes increasing. How vested are you in the safety of cards? And can you assure our viewers that cards are very safe?
I think cards are very safe, and I'll have Sanjeev probably weigh in on this a little bit. The reality is, as digital payments are going to increase, the amount of attempts on using cards or any digital payment for that matter, the number of fraudulent attempts will also increase. And we've seen that. We've seen that attempts of fraud have increased 6 times over the last 2 years, right? Across cards as well. But the idea is, how are we protecting against it? Those increases will happen. What we have done as a company over the last 3 or 4 years, we invested a lot into AI, cyber, data analytics, be able to actually detect when such an attack happens or attempt of such an attack happens. And then we, of course, make corrective action right there. Make sure that the transactions go through, or if the transaction goes through, we actually flag the bank right away that, this has happened, or to the consumer. I don't know if you've noticed, sometimes even before you put your card back into your wallet, you will see that you'll get an alert. Have you actually done this transaction? That's happened in 200 milliseconds or faster than that, right? That's something that's unique to cards. To put it in perspective, in the last 2 years, we've almost, as a company globally, we've actually prevented close to about $35 billion of fraud from happening. And this is a global number, not just specific to India. And then, of course, I talked about this earlier, something called a zero liability protection. This is something they offer on cards to make sure that, if a fraud eventually does happen on your card, you are protected against it and you're not liable to pay for something that you may have not really paid for.
Right. That's a very detailed explanation. Mr. Moge, we know that the cards are established. They are an established payment method. They have high penetration online. And of course, the user experience is also perhaps a lot more easier. I'm very comfortable with cards. My parents are very comfortable with cards. How do you think, what are the reasons you think that cards continue to be a preferred mode of payment?
See, reasons are, good afternoon, everyone. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir, you are.
See, one side is the reasons that Gautam spoke about, those hold, you have a great free period. And second, unlike any other product where you actually take, because finally a credit card is a line that you're using. So moment any other credit product you take, you shell out interest from day one. In this one, if you manage it well, you can have actually credit free period up to 50 days without any interest to be paid at all. There is no product like this. On top of this, you get rewards, you get privileges, and all of this with a credit line, which means that when you're paying, you're not paying from a bank account. I think that adds up to a pretty powerful proposition. In India, now we have close to 10 crore plus credit cards. Nobody knows how many individuals, but let's put a finger at roughly, let's say around 4 crore individuals who have a credit card. That's a very sizable number. If you actually put it in Indian context and take out people who won't, people less than 25 or less than 21, people beyond a certain age, etc. And then when you get to the number, these are pretty large numbers. And at some point of time, we thought India is credit averse, people don't want a card, people will not buy on credit. Today, all of those notions are changing. If you actually look at July data, you have 1.6 lakh crore of commerce on credit cards. To that, you add on the 40,000 crore of debit, that's almost 2 lakh crore a month on plastic spends. So that means it's here to stay. And at 10 crore plus credit cards out in the country, it means it is going to keep growing. Obviously, it's a credit product, which means banks need to be careful, which also means if it's a way of digital payment, the customers also need to be careful. That goes without saying. But if you put together the proposition and the scale that it has already acquired, it's even at this scale, it's still a long runway ahead.
That's very interesting. The numbers really say that cards are here to stay. Mr. Soni, you've worked in the government for so long. India's digital payment story has been celebrated, across the world. What kind of regulatory intervention, or for that matter, mechanism has really helped this grow? Like the way Gautam and both Mr. Sanjeev have also been talking about.
I think RBI keeps a very close look at whatever is happening in this space, and it's a very effective regulator. So if if there's inkling of something starting to go wrong, I think they do come in and try to prevent it from happening. And of course, the payment space has benefited from UPI tremendously. And now that credit cards are also getting linked to UPI, I think that's another significant thing that's happening. People have become very comfortable with the idea of using digital transactions, UPI. And of course, debit and credit cards have been around for a long time. But I think UPI might actually give the next fillip to use of credit cards.
Right, that's very interesting. Anushka, I was watching one of Gautam's interviews and he talked about how in rural India, we never saw that many landlines as we saw in urban India. So there was that divide. But, as someone who understands trends, can you explain to us what are people's preferences when it comes to payment methods? Because when it comes to digital payment methods, the rural-urban divide doesn't seem to be as striking as we saw when I was growing up, yeah.
Right. So I think definitely when it comes to urban India, people mostly want to spend via their UPI and cards a lot. I would say still not a lot of people are into cards. More of them are using UPI as of now. But increasingly, you can see for spends like fuel, for spends like shopping, for travel-related spends, people are comfortable using credit cards. Also, one avenue where a lot of people use credit cards is buying white goods because of the ticket size and also the offers that they get while buying those goods.
Right. Coming back to you, Mr. Agarwal, there is another aspect of using cards, with the rise of luxury segment of lifestyle. What do you think, cards have in this area? What extra do you think that cards have to offer in this particular sector?
Happy to answer. But before I answer that question, I do want to touch upon something Mr. Sani said, right?
Yeah.
He talked about RBI and, how they've really made a difference. Another point that I should have made that he made me think, RBI should be lauded for what they've done around safety and security in India. The one thing that a lot of people don't realize, India is the only country in this world today where almost all card not present transactions, this is when you don't use your card in a physical, situation, are 100% tokenized, close to 100% tokenized. So pretty much all those transactions are tokenized today. And tokenization, for those who don't know, is another layer of safety that we have put on the card transaction, which basically masks the actual card number in a transaction. So that's something that people should be aware of. Now, to answer your question around the luxury segment, so besides offering the ease of use that I talked about earlier, cards do offer unmatched benefits tailored specifically to consumers across all income groups, and therefore, depending on which issuer's card you're using, you may have a variety of options to choose from. So, for example, for the HNI segment, MasterCard actually has a program called the Priceless program, right? Through the priceless.com website, one can actually go and get access to exclusive global experiences that you can't otherwise, get access to. So that's one example of how we are touching the luxury segment, if you will. Then the second thing, of course, is because India is becoming the middle class India is becoming more globally savvy. They're traveling globally a lot. They're seeing cards are getting transacted globally. So the fact that a card is universally accepted, makes it a huge difference. So you can take your Axis Bank issued card, for example, anywhere in the world where MasterCard is accepted and pay for it. And this global reach actually makes the middle class and the affluent card a little bit more empowered to make these purchases. And of course, there's differentiated experiences around that also. And then the last thing, I would say, I mentioned about speed. The fact that, 200, 300 milliseconds is within which a card transaction gets approved. This actually makes it very easy, and especially in this day and age when mobile app is going to become the way for, consumers to pay, the affluent consumers sort of like that. We're already seeing, that the affluent space in India, we are seeing 18 to 20% bump in expenditure on the card, which is again very, very unique to this market today, given the growth story that we're seeing in this country.
Right. Gautam, there's something that I was personally interested in. I was looking at how fintech actually talks a lot about inclusivity, making cards accessible not just to the able-bodied but also to people with disabilities. Do you think companies have been able to show that kind of sensitivity and probably put in place accessibility options? What is it that MasterCard is doing, something that you would like to share with us?
Absolutely. So I think our CEO used to make a statement that if you are not inclusive, you won't scale. I'm going to use that line from him. And inclusion is at the center of everything we are doing at MasterCard, right? Most recently, we launched, not in India right now, but we will launch in India fairly soon, a Braille-enabled card. So for a blind individual, essentially, that card will be very helpful to be able to use that. Also, the card art that we're using, we're making it very Braille-friendly. We have Sonic, something else, right? So today, if you do a card transaction on a MasterCard card at a terminal, it gives a particular tone, which is, we call it the MasterCard tone. It also helps our branding, which is meant for people, who can't, see, and it'll announce the amount of money that has been paid from your card. So those are some examples of what we're doing. We're, of course, looking at ESG also as an extension of that. So we are investing in cards that won't be plastic or metal, but they will be, environmentally friendly green cards, if you will. We're also now looking at inclusion beyond just disabilities. We're looking at potentially how to get to farmers and women-specific cards and, cards for the rural sector. So this is all part of a rather larger inclusion effort, if you will, that we are spending a lot of our time on and really innovating around it.
Right, that's very interesting. Mr. Moge, this is something I touched upon when I was talking to Anushka. Digital payments have become increasingly prevalent for rent payments, grocery shopping, and she also pointed out to that difference. How much does the rural-urban divide matter in this? In other words, how is Bharat or rural India responding to the digital payments revolution? What do your numbers or assessments say in this regard?
See, if you were talking, let's say 10, 15 years back, what you would have seen is 2-3 differences. One is the acceptance points, the points at which you can actually shop, were far fewer when you went deeper into the country. And when I'm talking deeper, I'm, let's say, putting into blocks of, let's say, top 8 cities, then 8 to 50, and then beyond the 50. Really, let's talk about comparison between the top 8 and the beyond 50. 8 to 50 is obviously far more homogeneous now than it was 10, 15 years back. But the real divide comes in when you go beyond the 50 cities, right? One, standalone, the network that banks have put terminals, etc. Now India has almost 7 lakh plus normal terminals, the EDCs that we talk about. However, if on top of that, you actually add the points which accept UPI payments, that's running into crores now. I think upwards of 2-3 crore, etc. And all of those now accept, most of those now accept UPI on credit card payments as well. This was far fewer many years back when UPI didn't exist. UPI is a more recent 2016 plus phenomenon. So if you're really talking about 2010, 2012, etc., and not very far back, 10, 15 years back is not long in the country's context. The acceptance points were far fewer. Obviously, if the acceptance points were fewer, we were also not issuing as many cards in those markets. Keep in mind, 10, 15 years back in India, the bureau data was not as rich as it is today. Bureau in India is more like a 2-decade phenomenon.
Okay.
Bureaus have become richer. Digital KYC has become more of a last decade phenomenon. So all of this essentially has meant that the entire infrastructure that needs to exist for you to issue a credit product, KYC, bureau, your own data, of course, is far richer than it was. The last point which comes in, which is in terms of customer usage. Now, frankly, if 60% of payments today in cards are happening online, it's not like you're going out to a shop and buying. If you're buying on Flipkart or you're buying on Amazon, how does it matter whether you're in Mumbai, Cuff Parade, or you're in beyond 50 markets? You're anyway shopping online. The TV is the same, the mobile is the same, the consumption of aspiration is the same.
That's very
What cards
interesting,
ensure is not only is the aspiration the same, the way and the mechanism to spend is also there. You have a product, you have a card which gives you best of rewards, and you have a credit line with it.
Okay. Okay,
That
thank you all
means
of
it
you
is
for
far
joining
more
me on this
equitable today.
broadcast. Thank you, Gautam. Thank you, Sanjeev. Thank you, Mr. Sawhney. Thank you, Anushka, for joining us with those excellent insights. In recent years, as we know, India has been at the cusp of a digital revolution led by this extraordinary surge in digital payments. And while financial inclusion and accessibility remain at the heart of it, clearly safety and convenience are also a priority for users, something that the card companies seem to be intently agreeing with and also addressing. Thank you for watching NDTV.
India is getting ready for the third flight of the small satellite launch vehicle with an experimental Earth imaging satellite called EOS-8. I have with me Dr. M. Sankaran, the director of the U.R. Rao Satellite Center, which has developed this very unique experimental satellite which is going to test several technologies. What is special about this microsat EOS-8 which will be launched on the third developmental flight of the small satellite launch vehicle, Dr. Sankaran?
This EOS-8 is going to be the trailblazer for future microsatellites of ISRO. We are not only deploying 3 new payloads on board this satellite, we are also testing about 18 new technologies on the bus systems to improve the efficiency of our spacecraft bus for these microsatellites, so that when we are going to make future microsatellites, they will be more efficient in many ways, the power generation to the data handling to the mass of the system itself. Many things are going to be improved. So I can say that about 18 new technologies on the bus and 3 new payloads are flying.
What is special about the payloads? You have very interesting 3 in short.
The first payload is IR imaging payload, which is
infrared.
Infrared, which is going to image in both the medium wave and long wave, which is around 5 micron and 11 micron wavelength. This is going to be first of ISRO's LWIR, that is long wave infrared imager. We tried to do it earlier in microsat 1A, and this is going to be the next flight. We are trying this when this is successful. The second payload is the GNSS-R payload.
What is GNSS?
GNSS is a global navigation satellite system. It means it is like our GPS, Navic, Beidou or Galileo. All these navigation satellites are called GNSS satellites. Now we are going to use the signals beamed down by all these navigation satellites, and the reflection of this light, this microwave from the surface of the Earth is going to get us lot of information about where they are passed through and what they hit and return back. So instead of illuminating with sun and or illuminating with our own radar signal, GNSS-R is a new revolutionary remote sensing technique which is evolving around the world. So this payload is again a pathfinder for us for future all GNSS based remote sensing.
So it will be able to give us structure of the earth and deformation of the earth, and it will be able to penetrate foliage, so give us a better understanding of the earth surface.
It will have definitely better visibility of things which are not straight away there right on top. It can even do soil moisture measurement. There are a number of applications that have been lined up on this. Once we have this spacecraft up in orbit and test it for a few days, we will be able to give more details on what are all the new technologies.
And what is the third?
Third is silicon carbide based UV dosimeter, which is going to be safety gadget for the astronauts in the Gaganyaan mission. So the newly developed this dosimeter is getting tested in this mission before flight in Gaganyaan. So that is the new one.
Are you worried that you are flying a new experimental microsat on a developmental flight of the small satellite launch vehicle?
SSLV, we no longer consider it as any risk. It is. It has been proved even in the first flight. It was a logical error which created the problem. SSLV, we don't have a doubt. But since it is a developmental flight, we are using this opportunity to test all these 18 odd new technologies and 3 new payloads. So we don't see any major risk in this.
So SSLV and microsat will open a new domain for India, because there may be huge requirements of microsats for Earth imaging, and same thing for the small satellite to launch smaller satellites.
Yes, as I already mentioned, microsat 2C, which is EOS 08, is going to be the future torchbearer for all microsats class of satellite that India needs. Our assessment is India needs something like a few hundred of this kind of satellites to meet the various application requirement. Now we are making it in all these new developments such that these satellites become very efficient and easily realizable. That is what is going to be done.
And some of this would obviously be transferred to the industry for production?
Yeah, when we are talking about hundreds of satellites, obviously these are not going to be realized within ISRO. We will get these things done outside through industry. Towards that only all this effort is going on.
Thanks a lot for speaking to me, Dr. Sankaran. So that was Dr. Sankaran telling us how excited he is about the new mission which will be launched on the small satellite launch vehicle. An important mission for India, both for the rocket and for the satellite, and both of them then aiming to go to the industry.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, Listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Welcome to News at 8. I'm your host Rika Roy. In a major setback to Pakistani-Canadian citizen Thawar Rana, who is wanted by India in connection with 2611 case, an US court has said that he can be extradited to India. That's our top story at the hour, but let's first dive straight into the headlines. The 2611 accused can be extradited to India. Big win for the country in 2611 case. The US court rules in favor of India. US says the treaty permits Thawar Rana's extradition. US says India provided sufficient evidence. Thawar Rana still has another legal appeal. In an exclusive interview, IMF's first Deputy MD, Geeta Gopinath, tells NDTV that climate change is a downside risk to India's economic outlook. A lot of action needed by India to tackle climate change. A broad-based job creation is imperative. NDTV exclusive with Omar Abdullah. He says his priorities of a new government will pass resolution against what happened on 5th of August 2019. He also says that we want full statehood restored. Omar, on alliance with Congress, says that the door is not shut. Karnataka governor gives sanction to prosecute the chief minister. Congress says it's political vendetta and conspiracy. BJP says CM should quit to ensure impartial probe. Siddaramaiah says all MPs and MLAs are with him. He also says no question of quitting. Congress says governor violated rules. They will be challenged in the court. Doctors hold 24-hour nationwide strike. IMA seeks PM Modi's intervention. Health Ministry sets up a panel to look at doctors' security. Kolkata police issues notices to 7 DYFI leaders for vandalism.
देशवासियों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। मैं बहुत भाग्यशाली हूँ।
Wrestling legend Vinesh Fogart returns home after Olympic heartbreak. Heroes welcome at airport. Celebrations follow her till her home in Haryana. Pakistani origin Canadian businessman Thawar Rana, wanted in India for his role in the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks that killed over 160, can be sent to India under the Indo-US Extradition Treaty, a court in California has said. Rana is in a Los Angeles jail over the charges linked to the 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks. He is known to be associated with Pakistani-American Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist David Coleman Headley, one of the main conspirators of the attacks. He is also accused of having links with Pakistan's inter-services intelligence. My colleague Radhika Ramaswamy joins me for more on this story. Radhika, tell us a little bit about how he facilitated Pakistani-American Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist David Coleman Headley, and how his return to India can throw up answers to various questions that are yet to be answered.
Certainly, this is a big breakthrough for India as far as 26/11 probe is concerned. A US court ruling that Thawar Rana can be extradited. He is eligible for extradition. Therefore, he is on the brink of extradition. US court also saying that sufficient evidence has been given by India to prove Thawar Rana's role in Mumbai terror attacks. Now, as per the treaty, he can be extradited is what the court ruling has said. However, remains to be seen what kind of appeal he will be sort of filing before another court in the US. Now, as far as the role of Thawar Rana is concerned, yes, he was a friend of David Headley. David Headley, the main conspirator as far as 26/11 is concerned. It was Thawar Rana who facilitated David Headley's entry into Mumbai. He had a immigration logistics support a service company which he was running in multiple places, including in Mumbai. So therefore, he could provide David Headley with multiple entry business visa to Mumbai. Also gave him instructions as to what are the locations that could be targeted. They were in touch as David Headley was doing recce in multiple locations. There was also a charge sheet that was filed by Mumbai Crime Branch just last year. In fact, that also emphasized the role of Thawar Rana as far as 26/11 probe is concerned. It said that Rana had in fact visited Mumbai a few days before 26/11 attacks. In fact, he was in a hotel in Powai and also communicated with several hotel staffers in order to understand which are the crowded places in Mumbai. His records as far as his passport, tickets and several other communication is there as part of evidence with the Mumbai police. Also the communication, the email communication that he had with David Headley is also part of the evidence which perhaps has helped India to secure, almost secure this extradition. Now, how will this help India? Of course, we know for a fact that Abu Jindal's trial is currently under hold. So it will help India understand the role of Abu Jindal one, and secondly, of course, understand the role of Pakistan in itself. And of course, the logistical and financial support that Thawar Rana perhaps provided, not just to David Headley, but to several others, and if there are many more conspirators as far as 2611 is concerned. So his extradition is going to be very, very important, and this is a big development as far as Indian agencies are concerned, which has been trying to get him back to India in order to unearth the bigger conspiracy as far as the brutal 2611 attacks are concerned. So certainly a victory as far as Indian investigation agencies are concerned.
Seems that he still has one appeal left. He can still appeal one more time. But given how things have played out, how early do you think that Thawar Chand Rana can be brought to India?
Well, it really depends on the appeal that he may be filing before the same court or before a higher court, because he had filed a habeas corpus petition before, which was actually dismissed, post which, of course, the matter was once again heard by a higher court, and now the court ruling that he can be extradited as per the treaty between India and the US. So there have been multiple delays that we saw as far as his extradition is concerned. Indian agencies have been trying to get hold of him for a long time. It really depends on when he may file the next appeal, which could happen very soon, and post that how much time the court or the jury may take in order to hear that case and perhaps give out another order.
Well, thank you very much, Radhika, for joining us with all those details at this hour. And let me also go over to one of the survivors of that terror attack, Devika Natwarlal Rothawan. Devika, thank you very much for joining us at this hour. It's a big breakthrough so far as India is concerned. We do know that a court in US has ruled that Thawar Chand Rana, one of the key conspirators of 2611, can be extradited. Give us your first reaction. What did you think when you heard the news?
मैम, मैं जब भी ये बात सुन रही हूँ कि उसे लाया जाएगा, तब मेरी बात ये है कि खुशी की बात तो है, बट जब उसे सजा दिलाई जाएगी, उससे जो इंफॉर्मेशन है हमारे देश को जब मिला जाएगा, तब मुझे पूरी खुशी होगी, उसके पहले नहीं होगा।
बिल्कुल। देविका, जिस दौरान अटैक हुआ था 26 नवंबर, आप कहाँ थे एंड हाउ डिड यू एस्केप द सिचुएशन?
मैम, जब 2611 अटैक हुआ 2008 की रात में, मेरे पापा, मेरे भाई और हम CST में थे, पूना जाने वाले थे बड़े भाई को मिलने। हम 12 और 13 नंबर प्लेटफॉर्म के सामने बैठे, उतने में मेरा भाई बोला कि मुझे टॉयलेट आया। पापा ने बोला तू टॉयलेट जाके आ जा, फिर हम टिकट निकाल के जाएंगे। वैसे ही अचानक से बॉम्ब स्फोट होती है और गोली फायरिंग होने लगती है। लोग भागते, किसी के हाथ से खून निकल रहा है तो किसी के पैर से तो किसी के सर से। मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा था कि आखिर यहाँ क्या हो रहा है। तब मेरी उम्र 9 साल की थी, मैं मेरे पापा के साथ थी, मेरा भाई मुझसे बिछड़ चुके थे। पापा ने बोला बेटा यहाँ कुछ तो गलत हो रहा है, हम भी भागते हैं। मैं मेरे पापा के साथ भागने की कोशिश करती हूँ, वैसी एक गोली आके मेरे राइट पैर में लग जाती है। वहां पर मैं एक शख्स को देखती हूँ जो बुटका सरीका है, जिसके हाथ में बड़ी सी गन है और वो अंधाधुंध गोली फायरिंग कर रहा है।
राइट।
मैं क्वेश्चन मारती कि आखिर यहाँ सब क्या हो रहा है और ये क्यों मार रहा है हम लोगों को। मेरे सामने काफी लाशों थी, लोगों को गिरते हुए देखना, वो सब देख के मैं बहुत डर चुकी थी। गोली लगने के बाद मैं बेहोश हो गई थी मैम।
और देविका, इन सब सदमे से ओवरकम करने में आपको कितना टाइम लगा? आपके पेरेंट्स का क्या रोल रहा आपको ये सारे कुछ से ओवरकम कराने में?
मैम, मेरे घर से तो मैं भी विटनेस हूँ और मेरे पापा भी विटनेस हैं। मैं विटनेस और विक्टिम में आती हूँ और इस सदमे से मैं तो कभी नहीं निकल पाई हूँ, ना ही निकल पाऊंगी, क्योंकि वो रात मेरे लिए मेरे जहन में ऐसी बस चुकी है जो कभी नहीं जाएगी। और वो रात को मैं अगर मैं भुला भी देती हूँ तो मुझे ऐसा लगेगा कि मैंने आतंकवाद को माफ कर दिया है, जो कि मैं गलती से भी नहीं करना चाहती हूँ मैम। मेरी फैमिली से मुझे मेरे पापा और मेरे भाई का काफी सपोर्ट था और वो हमेशा रहता है। मुझे वो हमेशा यही कहते हैं कि बेटा अपने देश के लिए करना है हमें, तो कभी पीछे नहीं हटना है। तो मुझे ये सारी सपोर्ट मेरी फैमिली से है।
अभी देविका, आप कह रहे हैं कि आप 9 साल की थी जब ये अटैक हुआ था, अभी आप 25 साल के हैं, 16 साल बीत चुका है। क्या 16 साल में आप 16 साल के बाद भी यादें उतना ही ताज़ा है जो उस दिन था?
यस मैम, वो 15 साल में, जो 15 साल पहले 2008 26/11 की जो रात थी, वो यादें आज भी उतनी ही ताज़ा है मेरे जहन में। मेरे पैर में आज भी वो जख्म है, गोली लगा हुआ का निशान है, वो दर्द आज भी मुझे होता है। तो वो हर एक सेकंड, हर एक पल मुझे याद आता है। ना ही कि सिर्फ 26/11 के दिन या किसी ने मुझसे पूछ लिया तो तब याद आता है, ऐसा नहीं है। मुझे उठते बैठते सोते हर टाइम वो मुझे मेरे सामने वो चीज घूमती रहती है।
आप कह रहे हैं कि वो दर्द अभी भी आपको होता है पैर में?
यस मैम, मुझे अभी भी होता है। यस मैम।
और देविका, आपको सरकार से कुछ हैव यू गॉट एनी हेल्प फ्रॉम द गवर्नमेंट? कुछ हेल्प उनसे मिला होगा आपको एज अ विक्टिम?
सरकार से मुझे मिली गई हेल्प, जो विक्टिम को मिला था स्टार्टिंग में वो मुझे भी मिली गई, और कुछ चीजों के लिए मुझे काफी लड़ना पड़ा सरकार से, जब जाके वो मुझे मदद पूरी गई, मतलब दी गई है।
बट देविका, ये बहुत ही दर्दनाक घटना आपने देखा होगा। इतने साल बाद जो विक्टिम्स थे उनको आप कैसे एड्रेस करोगे? क्या बोलना चाहोगे जो विक्टिम्स थे उनको? और जबकि आज ये खबर आया है हमारे पास, ये एक बहुत बड़ी खबर है इंडिया के लिए कि तावर हुसैन राणा, जो कि एक कॉन्स्पिरेटर है, उनको एक्स्ट्राडाइट किया जाएगा। तो आप बाकी विक्टिम्स को क्या बोलना चाहोगे?
मैं बाकी विक्टिम्स को यही कहना चाहूंगी कि हमें हिम्मत रखना है, आतंकवाद के खिलाफ लड़ना है एक साथ होकर, ना ही कि पीछे डर के हमें अपने घर में बैठना है। मैं बस सभी से यही कहना चाहूंगी। और जब तहूर राना को लाया जाएगा हमारे इंडिया में तो उससे सारी डिटेल निकाला जाए ये टेररिज्म के ऊपर से, और उसे सजा है। मेरी यही मांग रहेगी कि उसे फांसी की सजा होनी चाहिए।
देविका, एक आखिरी सवाल आपको पूछूंगी। अगर तावुर हुसैन राणा को आपके सामने पेश किया जाए, क्या सवाल आप उनसे पूछना चाहोगे?
मैम, जब मैं उनके सामने रहूंगी तभी वो क्वेश्चन करूंगी, उसके पहले मैं नहीं बताना चाहूंगी।
Well, thank you very much, Devika, for joining us, and wish you the very best. Wish you, a lot of healing from us, all of us at NDTV. Earlier in the day, we also spoke to another victim, another survivor of the terror attack, Amrita Raichand. Listening to her. Let me also go over to Amrita Raichand, who is a survivor of the 26/11 attack. Amrita, thank you very much for joining us at this hour. Your first reaction to what India has achieved today, the moment that we see on our screens that Thawar Rana will finally, there is a process, of course, after this, but he can be extradited.
Anything that's related to the 26/11 attacks, any positive news always brings, the reaction of happiness. It also kind of takes you back into all those memories that still haunt you. It's been 16 years. These moments it's a happy, sad moment because, wherein you feel the joy that finally, some other justice is also happening. Although, I want to make a point here that we always condemn India for our slow judicial system. But here it's taken 16 years for something that was so obvious to release this, this person. And, I can't wait to see David Headley also, released. And, we need justice at that front as well. So, I'm somebody who likes to see the glass half full rather than empty. Right now, I am elated with this development. Let's hope things move in the right direction.
Switching tracks to some political news now. BJP national office bearers meet took place in the capital today. The meeting was important for the upcoming membership drive of the party. And most importantly, it comes ahead of the much awaited appointment of party president. The process of organizational elections will begin after the membership campaign is completed. Present BJP President JP Nadda's tenure has ended and he is already part of Modi cabinet holding the health portfolio. The meeting comes after leaders such as Amit Shah and Rajnath Singh have held meetings with the RSS leadership on strengthening the organization.
विनोद तावड़े जी, जो कि इस पूरे प्रकल्प के, इस पूरे योजना के भारतवर्ष के कन्वीनर हैं, संयोजक हैं, उनका भी मार्गदर्शन मिला। आप सभी जानते हैं कि 1 सितंबर से, इसी वर्ष के 1 सितंबर से ये सदस्यता ड्राइव, सदस्यता अभियान आरंभ होने वाला है। इसमें मुख्यतः जो उद्देश्य है वह है 10 करोड़ प्लस मेंबरशिप बनाना। 10 करोड़ से अधिक लोगों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी का सदस्य बनाना।
A political clash has erupted between Congress and BJP after the Karnataka governor allowed the prosecution of Siddaramaiah over the alleged Mysuru Development Authority scam. Congress leaders defended Siddaramaiah's resignation for a fair investigation. The Karnataka government plans to challenge the governor's decision in court.
As the day dawned on August 17th, Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah received official communication from the Raj Bhavan confirming that the governor had sanctioned his prosecution in the MUDA scam. The order said that based on complaints filed by Pradeep Kumar SP, TJ Abraham and Snehamai Krishna, the governor has gone on to accord sanction against the CM under Section 17A of the Prevention of Corruption Act and Section 218 of the BNS.
The entire cabinet is with me. The government is with me. All MLAs are with me.
Senior Congress leaders soon huddled into a meeting at the Chief Minister's residence to discuss the party's counter-strategy. Accusing the governor of playing by the BJP's book and standing firm against Siddaramaiah's resignation.
We will fight in the court of law.
So will this lead to Mr. Siddaramaiah's resignation as well?
No question of resigning.
So the governor right now is playing to the script of Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah.
The complainant who first approached the governor is all set to face Siddaramaiah at the court.
I have taken up a legal stand, and that legal stand will continue. I have never said this about Mr. S.M. Krishna or Dharam Singh or Mr. Kumar Swamy, Mr. Yediyurappa, none of them. I have never said they should resign because that's their decision here. For me, I'll have to pursue the matter legally and I'll do it.
Meanwhile, the BJP termed it democracy's win.
The nature of the allegations are very serious. Investigating agencies will now have to start the process of prosecution. We hope that the Chief Minister will take moral responsibility and resign forthwith and make available an impartial investigation into these serious allegations.
ಈ ಕ್ರಮ ಯಾವುದೇ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಬದುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಶುದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah enjoyed a clean image for 4 decades, which has now come under question. The only redemption lies in the court, and the verdict there will also determine his continuance on the CM's chair. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Now, while the CBI is under pressure to deliver results on the probe into the brutal rape and murder of a postgraduate student of the Arjikar Medical College in Kolkata, the Kolkata police are probing a larger conspiracy behind the vandalism at the medical college and hospital during the Reclaim the Night protest. Meanwhile, West Bengal government has issued guidelines to all government hospitals to ensure safety of women working on night shift.
The CBI at the Arjikar Medical College and Hospital as it probes the brutal rape and murder of a second-year postgraduate student. The CBI also searched the place where the accused Sanjay Roy went after committing the brutal crime. The central agency questioned the former principal of Arjikar Medical College and Hospital and other officials connected to the incident and its initial probe.
As the CBI probes the case, there is pressure on the agency to deliver results. The ruling Trinamool Congress has also demanded for capital punishment, and as these doctors continue to protest for 7 days, there is a major demand for safe and secure workplace for women across board.
The police have issued notices to 7 leaders of leftist organization DYFI, including their state secretary Meenakshi Mukherjee, to join the probe. The Kolkata police say they are looking at the larger conspiracy behind the vandalism as the mob attacked the hospital with the clear intention of destroying the scene of crime. The seminar room, which they managed to save despite being outnumbered and outpowered. Sources have told NDTV that the police are investigating if there was an attempt to foment unrest by creating a situation where the police would be forced to use huge force during a citizens' march. The investigation is focused on whether troublemakers infiltrated to reclaim the night protest with the intention of creating a larger unrest. The police say they managed to save the crime scene with several injuries to policemen as they handled the situation with restraint.
We have to be restrained in our response. We cannot be, using force left, right and center just like that. Well, but I am telling you that anyone feels that he organized the entire protest and which led to and instigated people, we will arrest him as well. We have absolutely no problem. If there are a group of people who came with this intent to do something like this, I think it's just give us a little more time. We should be able to discover it.
The Trinamool Congress says there is an attempt to create unrest in West Bengal on the lines of Bangladesh, while the BJP hit back, saying Mamata is responsible for the situation in West Bengal.
Bangladesh-like situation, if it is created or being created, the entire responsibility is on the Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. For her vote bank, she always has been creating or inviting the Rohingyas and the infiltrators. Now you are afraid seeing Sheikh Hasina. Now you are afraid seeing the situation in Bangladesh.
While the CBI is under pressure to deliver and show progress in the investigation of the rape and murder of a second-year postgraduate student at the Aarthi Medical College and Hospital, after the case was handed over to the CBI by the High Court, with the ruling Trinamool Congress demanding that the case be investigated within 7 days and death penalty be given to the accused rapist, the Kolkata police is also under pressure to unravel the conspiracy behind the attack on the emergency building of the Aarthi Medical College and Hospital, after admitting that there was an assessment failure on their part. With camera person Ashwini Mehra and Aniruddha Tripathi, with Tanushka Datta in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
Time now for a quick break on the show. Coming up, an exclusive interview with IMF's Deputy MD Geeta Gopinath. That and a lot more. Stay tuned.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity." energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone.
Welcome back. Climate change is a downside risk to India's economic growth, says the first ever IMF Deputy MD Geeta Gopinath in an interview with NDTV's Vishnu Som. She says that a lot of action is needed by India to tackle climate change. She also speaks on job creation in India, the challenge of AI and global economic growth. Take a look.
As we talk about the state of the overall global economy, we really need to look at it through various prisms. One of the key prisms is, of course, the challenges which exist now. There are conflicts which are on. This has been a persistent problem. But perhaps the global economy, from a positive standpoint, has gotten out of the nightmare of COVID. There are new opportunities and perhaps new challenges when it comes to artificial intelligence. And of course, there is a factor which we can't forget about at all, which is climate change. Geeta Gopinath joins me now for a very special interview. The Deputy MD of the International Monetary Fund. Thanks very much, Geeta, for being with us. It's wonderful to speak to you once again. You know, when we talk about climate change, we actually face it right now as you and I sit here in Delhi. It just seems that the monsoon has shifted, the rain patterns are unpredictable. We've seen more rainfall here in Delhi than we have in a long period of time for this particular month, perhaps a new record. When it comes to the global economy, or perhaps even India's economy, how do you quantify the impact that climate change is having?
So hi Vishnu, it's always a pleasure to join you. Climate change is a real big risk to the global economy. And if I look specifically at India, I would say, in terms of the risks to the outlook for India, which we see as fairly balanced, But one of the big downside risks is climate related and the weather shocks. And we're seeing that in terms of rainfall, the volatility of the rainfall, the difficulty of predicting that rainfall, and the implications for harvests, for rural incomes is a huge factor. So we've looked at Asia as a region as a whole, and you see that the increase in temperatures that we're seeing in Asia is higher than the world average. For India specifically, if you look at the period from 1950 to 2018, temperatures have gone up by 0.5 degree centigrade, right? And that has real consequences. The costs of the climate disasters that we've seen starting from 1980 onwards has been around 0.5 percentage points of GDP per year. And our expectation is that over the next decade, that cost will be about 0.3 percentage points. So this is a very serious and, a threat that the world faces, and a lot of action is needed on that front, including from India.
What action do you expect from India in terms?
So in the case of India, of course, India is also looking to grow and raise per capita incomes and raise livelihoods. So there is an important, a bunch of decisions that have to be made. But we think that a package which, for instance, one subsidizes renewable energy, has a coal excise tax, and has a carbon pricing scheme. If you do that combined package, we think would be able to deliver the transition, the energy transition that's needed without compromising growth too much. So that package would be very helpful. Now, a lot of investment is going to be needed to make the climate transition happen. We're talking in terms of trillions of dollars for the world, even for emerging and developing countries. The public sector is not going to be able to do that. Like 90% of that has to come from private investment. And therefore, having the right climate policies in place to be able to signal to the private sector that this is the direction of travel, and also the public infrastructure that goes along with it, is going to be very helpful to bring in that private sector investment.
It's a time-honored question, but it really needs to be asked once again. Who pays for the technology transfers that you're talking about? When we spoke in Marrakesh, we spoke about this as well. We spoke about the restructuring of international banks, particularly when it came to giving funds to countries which needed to help move them towards climate change technologies. Are we any closer now in deciding, who pays? Because a lot of this is very expensive. Green hydrogen, for example.
Yeah. Now, all of this is very expensive. And again, to be super clear, countries are going to have to rely on private investments. They're also going to have to rely on their domestic resources for the vast majority of that investment. The aid or the support that's coming from international institutions will play a part. It'll play an important part, but it is not going to be the big part of the story. We are seeing more measures being taken now in terms of helping with risk sharing between the private sector and the public sector. So you have a bit of, the government provides some sort of base support, some collateral support right at low levels, so that you can have more private sector investment. So anything that can be done to catalyze more private sector investment would help. The multinational development banks are certainly helping in that regard. The IMF is helping countries by providing budgetary support for investing in many aspects, including on their climate mitigation and adaptation strategies. This is a whole new facility that we created a few years ago. It's called the Resilience and Sustainability Trust. Right now we are lending money to about 20 countries, a total of around close to $10 billion. We have another 30 countries that are in the pipeline. This, we hope, will catalyze other kinds of investment, but it is absolutely critical to get the private sector to invest in climate change.
Before we look at other issues, I just wanted to ask you another quick question on India. We have huge ambitions of becoming a developed nation. But it's not just GDP growth alone which is going to ensure that that happens. That GDP growth has to be fueled by jobs and job creation. How does that remain a key concern? And are there any numbers which you feel India needs to do in terms of job generation annually?
So India has done extremely well in terms of the headline growth numbers. At 7% growth that we have for this year, it makes it the fastest growing major economy in the world. And if you look at the last couple of decades of growth, the last decade of growth, I would say, growth has averaged around 6.6%. But if you look at employment growth, it's been lower than 2%, which is a bit of a different story from most other countries that you track in the G20. So certainly India's growth has been much more capital intensive. There's been improvements in productivity, but much less in terms of hiring a lot more workers and creating a lot more jobs. So the question is, what will it take to change that? There are some things that have to be done in the near term, some that will require acting on now but will pay out later. So in terms of the near term, I think firstly it's very helpful to improve the ease of doing business. We see that in states in India, like Gujarat and Tamil Nadu. We see that there is much more interest in investment there. That's the way you get private investment up. It's tied to the business climate. Foreign direct investment is more attracted to these states. For the labor market, implementing the labor market codes that were passed by the parliament, very helpful to get more labor market flexibility. Removing trade restrictions going to play a very important role. Public infrastructure investment, which is already happening, more of that will absolutely help. But to make this a medium long-term growth story requires more investment in human capital and in skilling of workers. If you just look at India's workforce in terms of the number of years of education, it's much lower than compared to its peers. So investing in raising the skill level of the country is going to be absolutely critical. Also then in terms of the agricultural sector, raising productivity of the agricultural sector, very important to be able to move workers out of agriculture. So it's going to take a multi-pronged approach. The numbers are large. You're looking at the need to create between now and 2030, between 60 and 148 million jobs. You can't do that by just targeting a few areas. It's going to require broad-based job creation across manufacturing and services.
When you talk about skilling, that's obviously very important. But then there's the challenge of AI. Now, I use the word challenge, others might use the word opportunity, but in a country like ours, large agrarian population, where manual labor is so important in so many regards, if we're talking about job creation, doesn't AI represent a huge threat?
So AI has both its challenges and presents opportunities, right? From the threat perspective or from the challenge perspective, I think what is important to keep in mind is that we have this wave of automation in manufacturing that then reduced the labor intensity of manufacturing. And now generative AI, the new generation of it, is making services more automated, which then of course also has its implications for jobs. So I think that is a real risk, not just for India, for the world as a whole. Now, for India specifically, given that the vast majority of its workforce is still in agriculture, the impact in a sense is going to be lower. So our estimate is that about 24% of India's labor force is exposed to AI, of which 10% is based, 10 percentage points is basically, we're at risk of displacement from AI. So these are smaller numbers. I think the question is, what are we going to see globally around the world once you have AI adoption happening, and whether we are at a risk of having more polarization in the world? I think, what we have to recognize is that different countries' preparedness for adopting AI is at a very different level. So I would put India is at about an intermediate level of preparedness, and the area where it really falls short is in terms of the human skills that are required to be able to benefit from this technology.
We've spoken about the India story, which obviously is relevant for us as an Indian broadcaster, but the Indian economy falls well within the world economy, which faces so many challenges, not least of all because of the conflicts which one faces. The Russia-Ukraine war continues. We have a rail crisis in West Asia. In terms of the overall global growth story, how do those continue to remain fundamental concerns?
Yeah, they are fundamental. They are absolutely some of the biggest risks that we face to the global economy right now, which is what's going to come from escalation of conflict. An escalation of conflicts in the Middle East will raise oil prices, could raise oil prices, and that has inflationary consequences for all countries, and also in terms of the cost of living. That's very damaging. We're already seeing effects in terms of shipping costs. For example, India's exports are now being rerouted away from the Red Sea to going around the Cape of Good Hope. That is raising shipping costs, and that is contained at this point. But if there's any escalation, that could be much more costly. But more generally, we are in an environment where political tensions are higher. There is a reassessment of the benefits of economic integration of the kind that we've had for the last 3 decades. there is an increase in trade protectionism, and all of that tends to increase the cost of living, reduces productivity, makes it harder for emerging and developing countries also to continue to grow and raise per capita incomes.
In fact, that was my final question. Protectionism and trade protectionism. How does that? I mean, it's at one level been a fairly positive growth story globally, but then trade protectionism is something which keeps coming up as an area of concern. Where does the world stand, in that regard, and what are some of the trends and patterns that you see?
We are certainly in an environment where protectionism is growing relative to in the past. So if you look at the number of new trade restricting measures that have been put in place in 2022, that was 3,000, 2023 another 3,000, 2019 that number was 1,000. So we've seen a threefold increase in the number of restricted trade policies. Now, it is understandable to some extent, given the pandemic, given the wars we've seen, that countries are saying, well, we don't want to be just focused on efficiency and buying from the cheapest source, but we want to look at resilience too. And so there is some of those considerations that are playing a role in terms of trade policies in countries. But that said, the problem is this is a slippery slope. We are used to having lived in a world where countries worked together multilaterally, following a rules-based trading system, that was the WTO. And now it seems like many more countries are going on their own and coming up with their own independent approaches to trade policy. So again, I think a plea from the IMF is that we return to the table so that we can have a multilateral rules-based approach. That will require, thinking through how do we deal with national security issues, how do we deal with, uneven playing fields and the fact that some countries have provided industrial support for a longer time and so on. So there are, I think, relevant grievances, but it's best addressed in a multilateral framework.
Geeta Gopinath, wonderful speaking to you. Thank you so much for spending some time with us. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Vishnu.
Thank you. Great.
Some political news now. Jammu and Kashmir will go to the polls after a decade. A day after the polls were announced in J&K, National Conference leader Omar Abdullah told NDTV that his party wants full statehood restored and the door is not shut on alliance with Congress.
I'm joined by Mr. Omar Abdullah, and the big question about Omar Abdullah is, will he contest this election? Omar Saab, will you? Because there has been a lot of back and forth.
There has been, and it continues. In all honesty, it continues. I've been inundated with messages, emails, phone calls. There's been a lot of conversation within the party. Let's see. I'm not in a position to look. Ultimately, the party will decide. The party president will decide. Let him come back from Jammu. Let's see.
Dr. Saab has said he will contest elections. Then once the statehood is restored, he will resign and then you will come. Is that the plan or no? It can change.
बैठेंगे डॉक्टर साहब से बात करेंगे ना.
So you have said, in a union territory status, the Chief Minister has literally no powers, as recently the central government has given the sweeping powers to the Lieutenant Governor. So you have even said during the interviews that for a peon, you have to go to the Lieutenant Governor. Is that the impediment or there's something larger than that?
No, obviously there's a larger fight and that is important. But I think it's also important to understand that an elected government will at least be able to push back against the dictatorial rule of the Lieutenant Governor. Today, the Lieutenant Governor is the unqualified and unquestioned ruler of Jammu and Kashmir. Even with the powers that the Lieutenant Governor will have, he or she will not be able to exercise them as freely once you have an elected government and a strong Chief Minister. So while Union Territory is not an ideal situation, and I believe that one of the main jobs of the elected Chief Minister will be to ensure that statehood and full statehood is restored to Jammu and Kashmir at the earliest, because it's only as a state that we will be able to start to undo some of the damage that has been done to Jammu and Kashmir after 2019.
So should we say, from categorical no of Omar Abdullah just a few weeks back, there is a chance that Omar Abdullah may contest this election? Depends on the party.
I'm still where I am, but I would be lying if I said that there is no pressure on me and that the party and others are quietly willing to accept what I have said. Let's wait and see.
Okay. So it's not no now. Okay. So you talked about statehood. During verdict of the Article 370 by the Constitution Bench of the Supreme Court gave two directions. One was to the Election Commission of India to hold elections before September 30, and second to the central government to restore statehood as soon as possible. And Prime Minister, during his visit to Srinagar recently in June, has reiterated that both things are happening. Are you expecting that soon after elections there would be restoration of statehood, or you may have to fight for that?
I believe it is going to be a fight. Nothing will come to us easily. Even these elections didn't come to us easily. What was actually a right of the people of Jammu and Kashmir to elect their own government came to us only on account of the fight that we took to the Supreme Court. I am a firm believer that if we had not gone to the Supreme Court on the matter of 370, even these elections would not have taken place. If you look at the timeline, these elections have been fitted in to the time frame that had been announced by the Supreme Court of 30th September. So that in itself tells you that without the Supreme Court's directive, these elections would not have happened.
And Supreme Court has stopped
Unfortunately, the Supreme Court, while talking about restoration of statehood, has not put a timeline on it, as they did on the elections.
Okay.
I would have preferred if the Supreme Court had said, yes, restore statehood immediately after elections, or within 3 months of elections. But the Supreme Court has said, as soon as possible. Now, as soon as possible, that should have been even before elections. But it was vague. Now, because it's vague, I believe that this is a fight that we will have to wage. It might even be a fight that will take us back to the Supreme Court.
Okay.
Because if we can't get the central government to willingly give us what we deserve, then quite possibly we'll have to knock on the door of the Supreme Court and the Chief Justice and remind them that this is what we were promised in the Supreme Court, and we expect the Supreme Court to now deliver on it.
What this election means to you personally and as a former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir and the leader of the largest party, it is the first election as in the Jammu and Kashmir as a union territory. First election, the state is divided into 2 union territories, and after the delimitation, which was highly controversial as well.
Well, I think it is without doubt that these are the most significant elections in Jammu and Kashmir in perhaps 2 or 3 generations. I feel that perhaps the most significant assembly elections before these were the ones in 77. Even the 96 elections were perhaps not as significant as this election because those took place in a full state. These are taking place in a union territory after delimitation, after we were broken up into 2 parts. I was just, before I came in to sit down with you, I was sitting down with some of my colleagues from Kargil, and we were lamenting over the fact that this is the first time we won't be going to polls with them. Otherwise, we would right now have been sitting down and discussing who our candidates in Kargil and Leh would be. But that's not the case. So for very many reasons, these are without doubt the most significant, and as a result, the results of these elections will also be the most far-reaching.
So
because
would it be kind of a referendum, what you were saying in the parliament elections also, whether people give a thumbs up to the abrogation or the...
Well, obviously, a vote for the BJP and its allied parties will be a vote for what was done to us on 5th August 2019. But I'm very reluctant to use the word referendum because it gets misused very often. This is an opportunity for the people to choose an assembly that will register its unhappiness with what was done on the 5th of August 2019. I believe the first order of business of the elected assembly of Jammu and Kashmir should be to make it known to not just the rest of India, but to the world at large, that the people of Jammu and Kashmir do not agree with what happened to us on the 5th of August 2019, and then we start undoing what was done to us.
So you are saying there will be a resolution in the assembly?
I believe that should be the first order of business of the elected assembly of Jammu and Kashmir.
Okay. Now the question is the real politics. You fought these parliament elections with the Congress as an alliance, and you got 41.4% votes as an alliance. Dr. Abdullah talked about a couple of times that the National Conference will go solo. You have kept the door ajar. What is the real sense? Are you going? Are there talks with the Congress? Is there
We've had one preliminary round of discussions. Unfortunately, it didn't reach very far because they came without any clear roadmap of how they want to take this forward. After that, we didn't hear from them again. Because we didn't hear from them again, then Dr. Saab made the statements that he did. Having done that, I think then the Congress felt that the door was closed, which was not the case. Farooq Saab only made these statements because there was no follow-up to the first meeting that we had. Now time is not on our side, but should there be a meaningful and a sort of a realistic discussion with the Congress, then we're willing to sit down and talk to them.
So you think the alliance is a possibility?
It's not a closed chapter as far as we are concerned.
So is that beneficial to you? Because if you see the just vote share, for example, you as a party individually, you have got 22%, BJP 24%, Congress 19%, PDP just 8%, and rest of the parties have got together 25% in parliament elections. So if you are contesting together, is that in assembly election? Because you can't use the same yardstick in what was in parliament election would be in the assembly election.
No, you can't. But that said, seat sharing brings its own challenges. Because obviously I have 90 people who have prepared themselves to contest. Then I have those who, while not being considered by the party, also believe that they should be candidates. So I have constituencies where I have 3, 4, 5 claimants to a mandate. So keeping that in mind, a seat sharing arrangement comes with its own difficulties.
So you say there's problem of plenty within the party?
Definitely. In most constituencies, I have a problem of plenty. But that said, the numbers speak for themselves. And I believe we must give the people of Jammu and Kashmir the most realistic chance to express their anger about what has happened in the last 5-6 years to us. And I think if we are able to sort of work out a good arrangement with the Congress, then we perhaps give the voters that opportunity. I don't expect it to be smooth sailing. As I said, seat sharing is always difficult. But I'd like to think that it's something that we can at least sit down and talk about.
So I'll just put one more question, because I had said earlier last question, which is, this assembly, it would be a first experiment in the union territory, and as we know, Lieutenant Governor has sweeping powers, including appointing 5 nominated members, and who may also have vote. Will that not alter the complexion of the whole assembly and the mandate also?
Well, we hope that the mandate that the people of Jammu and Kashmir give will render these 5 their vote will be rendered inconsequential. We hope that these 5 will not be able to alter the balance, because otherwise, again, this will be a fight that will end up in the.
Are you expecting like the mandate you had like in 2001?
I don't want to, because I'm just come off the back of an election that I lost, and I'd expected to win it. So I've learned not to talk about expectations. I'll talk about hopes, and I definitely hope that the people of Jammu and Kashmir, realizing what mischief the LG can do, will ensure that the mandate is such that even with the nominations by the LG, they will not be able to alter the balance of power in Jammu and Kashmir.
Thank you so much. So, Omar Abdullah's chance of contesting elections are there. It's not a closed chapter, and so is the alliance with the Congress. But big news is that once the new assembly is formed in Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah says the first thing would be to pass a resolution that the people of Jammu and Kashmir and this assembly doesn't accept decisions made on August 5, 2019.
Well, the interesting thing is that Omar Abdullah says door is not shut on an alliance with Congress. Congress has also reacted to that interview, saying that their aim is to defeat the divisive forces. Listen in.
Congress party is open for alliances with like-minded parties because the basic purpose of formation of India bloc was to checkmate the communal and divisive forces, anti-democratic forces. That purpose and that object is major cause of concern in Jammu and Kashmir. To defeat and checkmate the communal and divisive forces, it is necessary that we should have alliances and we don't divide our votes between the secular parties. It is ultimately the Congress High Command which has to take a call on this, but the basic purpose and our target is to checkmate the communal and divisive forces, especially in Jammu and Kashmir.
Well, that's all we could pack into this bulletin. Thanks for watching.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate, let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. 10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. Everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News.
Hello, Moto.
Motorola Razr 50 Ultra comes with Google Gemini.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides.
Hello everyone, you're watching The Left, Right and Centre with me, Maria Shakil. This Saturday, our headlines this hour. 2611 accused Thawar Rana can be extradited to India in what is a big win for India in 2611 case. US court has said that the treaty permits Thawar Rana's extradition. Geeta Gopinath speaks to NDTV, says a lot of action needed by India to tackle climate change. He also said that broad-based job creation is imperative. Former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Omar Abdullah speaks to NDTV, says will pass resolution against what happened on August 5th, 2019, and he has also demanded full statehood. Doors are open for the Congress alliance. It's not shut. That's his words. Karnataka governor sanctions prosecution for Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. In fact, a key BJP meet is held in the national capital. Of course, the upcoming state elections are discussed. Karnataka governor gives a sanction to prosecute Chief Minister Siddaramaiah. Congress calls it political conspiracy and vendetta. BJP says the Chief Minister should quit. Doctors hold 24-hour nationwide strike. IMA seeks Prime Minister Modi's intervention. Health Ministry sets up a panel to look at doctor security. Pakistani origin Canadian businessman Thawar Rana, wanted in India for his role in the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks that killed over 160, can be sent to India under the Indo-US Extradition Treaty. That is what a California court has said. Rana is presently lodged in a Los Angeles jail over charges linked to 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks, and he is known as a close associate of Pakistani-American Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorist David Coleman Headley, who is one of the main conspirators of the attack. He is also accused of having links with Pakistan's inter-services intelligence. Radhika Ramaswamy is joining me on the phone line. Radhika, India has much reasons to feel, see this as a shot in the arm for all the legal case that has been built against the Thawar Rana. But overall, what are you picking up from the survivors of 26/11?
Certainly, this is a big victory for India in the 26/11 probe. Thawar Rana on the brink of extradition. U.S. court saying India has provided sufficient evidence to establish his role in the 26/11 attack. Of course, he might file an appeal, and now that the ruling is out, of course, he had filed a habeas corpus petition, which was earlier rejected. Now, once again, a setback for Thawar Rana and a big win for Indian agencies. They've been trying to get him extradited from the U.S. To try him in this case. David Headley, who was instrumental in conspiring the attacks, convicted in the case, had taken his name during cross-examination. Headley and Rana were friends. In fact, Rana moved to Canada, where he set up immigration services, which had a branch in Mumbai as well. And therefore, he provided logistical support to David Headley by giving him cover to identify targets. He gave multiple entry business visa also to David Headley. And of course, a supplemental charge sheet was also filed last year by Mumbai Crime Branch, which once again emphasized Rana's role, the fact that he stayed in a hotel in Mumbai just ahead of 26/11. And Mumbai police, of course, time and again saying that they have multiple documents, communication, evidence and records to show that he was also part of conspiracy and he was instrumental in guiding David Headley as far as the recce and the conspiracy in itself is concerned. His extradition, of course, will help India unearth the conspiracy, understand the logistical and financial support he may have provided. And as far as survivors are concerned, of course, this has been a wait for so many years. More than 160 people have died. Several still, not healed from the wounds of 26/11. They feel that this extradition has taken a long time. We know for a fact that Abu Jindal is being tried, but his trial has been put on hold. So perhaps Thawar Rana's extradition may help understand the role of Abu Jindal more, role of Pakistan also more, and other conspirators also perhaps who were instrumental in carrying out the bloody attacks of 26/11. So yes, certainly a big victory for India and some sort of hope for justice as far as victims of 26/11 are concerned.
Right, Radhika, thank you so much for joining us. We have Kapil Sankla, lawyer of the Supreme Court, joining us. We also have Surendra Kanodia, who's a 26/11 survivor, and Amrita Rai Chand. Kapil Sankla, looking at what has been seen as a long legal battle for India, to ensure that all those who have conspired against India in 26/11 actually, face the law. Do you think this is the step in the right direction, and how soon will this extradition come through?
Maria, it makes me very proud in 25 years as a lawyer on the defense side. When I see how relevant India is becoming in the international scenario, it makes me extremely proud. This extradition wasn't easy, considering the fact that this fellow had been acquitted by the American courts. And after that, we sought extradition. We brought in fresh documents, fresh material. So there was a huge roadblock as far as this extradition was considered under law, which was one, that the offense is such that he would be given death penalty. There was politics involved. And the third, most importantly, is the law of double jeopardy, where once he was acquitted and a co-accused was also given protection by the American court, we still managed to bring in relevant documents before the concerned court in America. We brought in facts that the offense has to be seen in the light of Indian laws, and the documents and the evidences that that were brought before have to be seen under the aegis of the offenses committed here, and therefore we could convince the first court and the second court, and as far as the habeas corpus is concerned. So I think it's a huge step in the right direction, and it also shows how relevant India is becoming in the international scenario. This is one of those cases where the extradition laws have been fought when there were huge liabilities, huge genuine arguments that could have been brought and were brought by the legal team of this fellow, and we still managed to convince the courts and multiple forums.
Yes,
and
but Kapil, Thawar Rana has served 7 years in jail, but again India had gone ahead and put in this request because India wants him to be tried here in India, and because of his links with the Mumbai attacks. His, of course, argument was that he has served the jail term, but he is someone who provided that material which was used for the terror attack, and the jury has convicted him of giving that material support to a terrorist organization which is Lashkar-e-Taiba, and for conspiring to provide that material support to really carry out that terrorist attack.
You're right. But he was subsequently acquitted of charges directly relating to the Mumbai attacks. He was found guilty for another offense as well, which was supporting the plot to attack a Danish newspaper. So there were three things that happened. He was acquitted of first charge, not on the second charge, but found guilty of another offense as well. So the extradition, as far as our arguments were concerned, is that you have to look at the offense so committed in India and in the light of Indian laws. And this was taken into consideration by the Superior Court, who did hold two important facets. One, that the offenses in India are different from the acquittal made in America. That is one. And he cannot draw benefit of the co-accused, which is Hadley's case. So these two were, as I said, huge roadblocks as far as his extradition were concerned. And these were successfully fought on by the Indian government. And therefore, we do see that though he still has some rights of going to the Superior Court and also lobbying, which is also permitted in America. But I do see that, considering these two very important facets, I think it's a huge push in the right direction.
We're also being joined by Amrita Rai Chand now. Remember, she was at the Taj Hotel during the 26/11 attacks in 2008, and she was among those guests who were trapped in that hotel for hours. Amrita Rai Chand, thank you so much for speaking to NDTV. A step in the right direction, certainly. It also shows that the government of India has been relentlessly pursuing the case.
Yes, indeed. And I'm always, the patriotic chef, always rooting for my country and always celebrating the small successes. It's taken too long, 16 years, a bit too long, but like I said, it's in the right direction, and one always appreciates the small victories.
Yes, and Amrita, every time you hear about a development in the case, in this particular case, that he can be extradited, of course, there are appeals at his disposal, so he will be going in for appeals. Are you hopeful that all those who conspired and the manner in which this conspiracy was hatched on the foreign soil and implemented in India, in Mumbai, will be finally punished for what they did?
That's the hope. That's really the hope. And rest, what we can do is just, wait and pray. And, I hope that the solution to this happens sooner rather than later. At least the direction is, we are moving in the right direction. But I hope this doesn't take too long.
And all your, I'm sure all the survivors, how often do you all meet, and is there some get together or meetings to discuss how the case has been progressing or overall about the well-beings?
I have many survivors in my own family. We were 4 of us that were stuck together. My son, who was 1 year old, who's 16 years old right now. We're actually in the car, and this all happened so suddenly. So I'm sorry if you can see the hazy me and you can't hear me properly, and I'm trying to just hold this phone in the right way. And then there was a family friend of ours who lives in Delhi. So whenever we meet, we always speak. Unfortunately, a couple of other very, very dear friends of mine who lost, one of my friends lost her father, this other friend of mine lost his sister. So somehow I never really talk about these things to them because they did not survive, But yes, amongst us, we speak a lot. My son, like I mentioned earlier also when we were speaking at 5, he still, gets very jittery when we have this conversation, and he says, Mom, I want to talk about it. But we do appreciate the fact things have been slow, but at least, they have moved in the right direction. And we appreciate whatever is happening.
Talking about the overall investigation and the charges which have been framed, how do you think this Thawar Rana case has panned out so far, Kapil?
You see, to give you a short answer, let us see what has happened in USA, because that is the evidence, and those are the offenses that were brought before the US court. So the first, as far as my understanding from what I read in the media, is this, that at the first instance, the extradition was permitted by the US District Court. I'm informed that that was subsequently challenged, and the challenge is very difficult. It is not like India that anybody can go to a higher court and challenge anything, because the ambit actually narrows down quite a bit. From the district court, I've been told that the appeal was filed to the US Court of Appeals, which is on very narrow framework, and the law is looked into it. The facts are brought in the 4 corners of legality. And as far as the extradition laws are concerned, it is actually seen very, very minutely. And the three judges in the US Court of Appeal has upheld the extradition in favor of the Indian government. I've also been informed that a writ was also subsequently filed, which was after the district court's ruling. But I'm not too sure about what happened. But what is now available to him, as far as my understanding goes, is an appeal to the US Supreme Court. As far as the appeal to the US Supreme Court is concerned, only the issue of law is seen in the Honorable Supreme Court in the US. So as far as the law is concerned, what would be seen is the bilateral treaty, the Indian Extradition Act, the bilateral treaty that we have with the American government. Under what exception does this fall? So basically, his case falls under an exception where, though he has been acquitted in the trial court of US, however, still under the exceptions as in the bilateral treaty, in the extradition treaty, he can still be extradited. And that is what I was trying to tell you, is as far as the evidence that has been brought by the Indian government there is on the issue of the offense committed and not the act committed. So the offense would be understanding the legalities of Indian law. How would they be read as the duality of offense? How would they be read as far as the American laws are concerned? Can we draw a parallel? And if we are drawing a parallel and we see that the punishment is the same, then he definitely will be extradited.
Okay, how soon will that happen then?
That is a question.
Because he has, he can go in for appeals.
Well, of course, not only he can go for appeal, as I said, see the unique thing about the American system is they also have a concept called lobby. So not only can he file an appeal, but there is an intervention by the US Department of State, which is what was there as far as the Hadley's case was concerned. So, you have that as well, which is very, very separate from the legality of the entire issue. And then there are diplomatic negotiations, which is, which is also called lobby, but which is not permitted in India. That is a totally separate thing. So I don't see it happening immediately, but we should not lose the fact that a huge order of extradition has been received by the Indian government, despite there being very strong legal arguments by the legal team of this terrorist.
Okay, I have just enough time for Ms. Raichand. Please go ahead and share your thoughts. How it's a family of survivors. You have survived a terror attack and one terrorist attack which has actually shaken the conscience of this entire nation because it played out on live television. I mean, 90 hours or so of hostage crisis.
Yeah, and we were there. It stuck throughout. It happens to be my birthday on 26/11, and we reached the hotel, the Taj, at 9:30, and we were booked for dinner there. And fortunately, our table got delayed, and we ended up going to our family friend's suite, which was just above the Wasabi. And then once all the so-called fireworks started, it never ended. And we came out, I remember, at 7:30 the next morning through the, with the help of a ladder, which these very, very brave and very amazing, the fire extinguishers, they were there, and there was a lot of police, there were a lot of people, but they actually climbed up, broke our windows, because we were not able to come out. And they literally held each one of us and brought us down. We sat in an ambulance and I came home to my 1-year-old baby, who I really never thought I'll be able to see again. And like I was mentioning earlier, every year, the whole memory comes right back. And every time there's a little bit of victory in the right direction, one feels very, it is very heartwarming and it is very hopeful, because at the end of the day, the final goal and the final motive of our country should be that no terrorist should ever be able to attack us again. And which is why all these little victories are very important, and we must celebrate and we must hope that they really see the light of day.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts, Amrita. And thank you to Kapil Sankla as well. Shifting focus to another story now. The CBI is under pressure to deliver results on the probe into the brutal rape and murder of a postgraduate student of RG Kar Medical College and Hospital. The Kolkata police are probing a larger conspiracy behind the vandalism which happened at the hospital during that Reclaim the Night protest. Meanwhile, West Bengal government has issued guidelines to all government hospitals to ensure safety of women working at night.
The CBI at the RG Kar Medical College and Hospital as it probes the brutal rape and murder of a second-year postgraduate student. The CBI also searched the place where the accused Sanjay Roy went after committing the brutal crime. The central agency questioned the former principal of RG Kar Medical College and Hospital and other officials connected to the incident and its initial probe.
As the CBI probes the case, there is pressure on the agency to deliver results. The ruling Trinamool Congress has also demanded for capital punishment, and as these doctors continue to protest for 7 days, there is a major demand for safe and secure workplace for women across board.
The police have issued notices to 7 leaders of leftist organization DYFI, including their state secretary Meenakshi Mukherjee, to join the probe. The Kolkata police say they are looking at the larger conspiracy behind the vandalism, as the mob attacked the hospital with the clear intention of destroying the scene of crime. The seminar room, which they managed to save despite being outnumbered and outpowered. Sources have told NDTV that the police are investigating if there was an attempt to foment unrest by creating a situation where the police would be forced to use huge force during a citizens' march. The investigation is focused on whether troublemakers infiltrated to reclaim the night protest with the intention of creating a larger unrest. The police say they managed to save the crime scene with several injuries to policemen as they handled the situation with restraint.
We have to be restrained in our response. We cannot be, using force left, right and center just like that. Well, but I am telling you that anyone feels that he organized the entire protest and which led to and instigated people, we will arrest him as well. We have absolutely no problem. If there are a group of people who came with this intent to do something like this, I think it's just give us a little more time. We should be able to discover it.
The Trinamool Congress says there is an attempt to create unrest in West Bengal on the lines of Bangladesh, while the BJP hit back, saying Mamta is responsible for the situation in West Bengal.
Bangladesh-like situation, if it is created or being created, the entire responsibility is on the Chief Minister Mamta Banerjee. For her vote bank, she always has been creating or inviting the Rohingyas and the infiltrators. Now you are afraid seeing Sheikh Hasina. Now you are afraid seeing the situation in Bangladesh.
সিপিএম বিজেপি আপনারা রাজনীতি করছেন, ভাবছেন বাংলাদেশে একটা ঘটনা ঘটে গেছে, আমরা সেটাকে টেনে এনে যদি ক্ষমতা দখল করতে পারি। আমি বলি আমি ক্ষমতার মায়া করি না, আমি মনে করি যতদিন বাঁচবো মানুষের সেবা করে যাব।
While the CBI is under pressure to deliver and show progress in the investigation of the rape and murder of a second-year postgraduate student at the Aarthi Medical College and Hospital, after the case was handed over to the CBI by the High Court, with the ruling Trinamool Congress demanding that the case be investigated within 7 days and death penalty be given to the accused rapist, the Kolkata police is also under pressure to unravel the conspiracy behind the attack on the emergency building of the Aarthi Medical College and Hospital, after admitting that there was an assessment failure on their part. With camera person Ashwini Mehra and Aniruddha Tripathi, with Tanushka Datta in Kolkata, Saurabh Gupta, NDTV.
We are slipping into a short break. After the break, we will be going across to Bengaluru. The power corridors in Karnataka are all buzzing. Here is the prosecution which has been sanctioned against the Chief Minister by the Governor. What next for the Chief Minister and also for the government of the Congress party in the state? We'll be asking that to our guests who will be joining me shortly. Stay with us.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity. Energize our government, our environment, our society, and ourselves. everyone, everywhere, every day. Banega Swasth India. One World Hygiene.
Stay informed and entertained with the new and updated NDTV News app. You can watch all our channels live, listen to podcasts, read breaking and exclusive news from around the world and more. Download the NDTV app today and get access to the best journalism and storytelling on your smartphone or tablet. The NDTV app. News that matters to you.
Landslide devastation in Kerala's Wayanad. Join NDTV's initiative. Donate for Kerala.
Hi, I'm Shreya Saran. Kerala's Wayanad area is hit by devastating landslides, resulting in loss of lives and livelihood. Kerala needs your help right now. Let's join NDTV initiative. Come, donate. Let's rebuild Wayanad.
Some people say the metaverse will only be virtual. One day this lecture hall will be made of code, and driverless cars would be trapped in intersections. But even in this maze of the future, you can't wish away health. It's time to become more resilient. "10 years of Banega Swasth India, we have grown and achieved so many milestones. And now I have a plan to beat the urgency, to stop breathing with difficulty, to relieve getting choked with inactivity."
Welcome back. Trouble mounts for Karnataka Chief Minister Siddaramaiah as the governor has issued permission for prosecution based on complaints filed in the MUDA scam. The Congress is holding several emergency meetings following the governor's declaration. What next for Siddaramaiah government? What next for the Chief Minister himself? Here's a ground report by Pratibha Raman.
As the day dawned on August 17th, Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah received official communication from the Raj Bhavan confirming that the governor had sanctioned his prosecution in the MUDA scam. The order said that based on complaints filed by Pradeep Kumar SP, TJ Abraham and Snehamai Krishna, the governor has gone on to accord sanction against the CM under Section 17A of the Prevention of Corruption Act and Section 218 of the BNS.
The entire cabinet is with me. The government is with me. All MLAs are with me.
Senior Congress leaders soon huddled into a meeting at the Chief Minister's residence to discuss the party's counter-strategy. Accusing the governor of playing by the BJP's book and standing firm against Siddaramaiah's resignation.
We will fight in the court of law.
So will this lead to Mr. Siddaramaiah's resignation as well?
No question of resigning.
So the governor right now is playing to the script of Mr. Modi and Mr. Shah.
The complainant, who first approached the governor, is all set to face Siddaramaiah at the court.
I have taken up a legal stand, and that legal stand will continue. I have never said this about Mr. S.M. Krishna or Dharam Singh or Mr. Kumaraswamy, Mr. Yediyurappa, none of them. I have never said they should resign because that's their decision here. For me, I'll have to pursue the matter legally and I'll do it.
Meanwhile, the BJP termed it democracy's win.
The nature of the allegations are very serious. Investigating agencies will now have to start the process of prosecution. We hope that the Chief Minister will take moral responsibility and resign forthwith and make available an impartial investigation into these serious allegations.
ಈ ಕ್ರಮ ಯಾವುದೇ ವ್ಯಕ್ತಿಯ ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕ ಬದುಕಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಪಬ್ಲಿಕ್ ಲೈಫ್ ಅಂತ ಏನು ಹೇಳ್ತಾರೆ ಶುದ್ಧತೆಯನ್ನು ಕಾಪಾಡಿಕೊಳ್ಳಬೇಕು ಅನ್ನಲಿಕ್ಕೆ ಒಂದು ಬಹುದೊಡ್ಡ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆ ಇದೆ ಅಂತ ನಾನು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತೇನೆ.
Karnataka CM Siddaramaiah enjoyed a clean image for 4 decades, which has now come under question. The only redemption lies in the court, and the verdict there will also determine his continuance on the CM's chair. With camera person Govind, Pratibha Raman in Bengaluru for NDTV.
Brijesh Kallappa, advocate of the Supreme Court, is joining us. We have Sandeep Shastri, political analyst and director at Lokniti. Surabhi is the spokesperson of Karnataka BJP, and Lavanya Balal is the spokesperson of the Congress party. Brijesh Kallappa, what are the options before the Chief Minister? Legal options.
First thing is that he'll probably have to move the court and challenge the sanction, because any governor, and this has been made very clear in the 2006 judgment of Rameshwar Prasad, that the governor has to weigh the evidence that is, against the person against whom sanction is going to be given. And based on that weight of the evidence, only the governor can act. Because as you remember, in that case, the governor had received some information that there was a problem with the then Bihar government. And the Supreme Court, Constitution bench of the Supreme Court had then said that the governor had based himself on non-issue, and therefore had set aside that report and said these are all ipsy dixie. And therefore, I think a similar situation is developing here, because clearly there is no material at all against the Chief Minister. Neither the BJP says so, nor other opposition parties say so, because the very fact that, a person has been the beneficiary of a certain government scheme can be the matter of a policy. It can't just be because of corruption. Now the BJP perhaps thinks that it has to, paint a gentleman black in order to make him.
Okay, that's a huge charge. That is the only that's the only way BJP can come to power, Surabhi. If you paint the entire tenure and track record of a chief minister who has not had a single corruption charge against him in all of 40 years black, that is the only way you will return to power, is the point that is being made here by Brijesh Kallappa.
I appreciate Mr. Kallappa's legal acumen and his legal insight, but I don't think that his political views are being masked over here, because the question here is not about whether the BJP is going to come to power or not. The question here is that there has been a case of alleged irregularities, and that needs to be investigated. I don't understand why that ties to Mr. Siddaramaiah's clean image or not. It's definitely very disappointing that for somebody who claims to have had a no corruption track record for 40 years has a very prima facie clear case of misuse of their position of power. There was a 50-50 scheme. The scheme allowed for compensation, but however, the compensation was given in a very upmarket locality. Why was that? There is also a lot of questions on how the property came into the being of the Chief Minister and his family. The fact that the Chief Minister did not clear this in his affidavit in 2013. There are a lot of legal as well as political questions that needs to be answered. Let me tell you the political point, Maria, which is that this is a chief minister occupying a constitutional post. He has always been in some constitutional post or the other, leader of opposition, deputy chief minister, finance minister. Why do you think that he is above question? This is a matter of prosecuting somebody, getting to the answers. And in order for that to be done fairly and in a transparent manner, he must resign. That is both the legal argument as well as the political argument. And this is coming not just from the BJP, mind you. These are also activists, let alone activists from elsewhere, activists from Mysore.
Lavanya, will you respond to this, that why should a chief minister's office be seen as above,